test. Check. That's better. Check 1, 2. Hey, what's going on out there? I got some weirdness going on with my mic. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Got some weirdness going on. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Good morning out there, everybody. Give me just a couple seconds here. We'll get right into it. Just give me one quick moment. All right. Good. Hold on a second here. Oh, wrong one. Slide that bad boy over. Trying to be here early this morning. I tried to sleep in yesterday morning, and I could not get enough rest. So I didn't come on yesterday at all. I put the stream on, but dude, I stayed up on Sunday night with alarms every 2 hours, filling my pool. And hold on a second. Good morning. How y'all doing? And my pool is like right to be finished, or just near being finished. So I'm like, I don't want it to overflow in the middle of the night or nothing like that. I'll stay awake and I'll drink and do some marijuana gummies. That didn't work out. Oh, dude, Hattie, pool is done. Filled. I did break a. Hold on a second. I got some weirdness going on with my. I got real problems with my audio this morning. A couple things out there for you. Number one, I have a huge storm coming through where I live right now this morning. People are losing power all over Michigan this morning. There's like 200,000 people without power near me right now. Now, I used to have a lot of power problems, but not like I used to anymore. They've fixed a lot of the grid where I am. Dude, what is going on with my headphones? Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Having some weirdness this morning. But if I lose power at any point this morning and the stream turns off, I will at minimum be in the Discord, and then I'll turn my generator on and attempt to set up a hotspot to run a basic stream on. I don't normally lose internet like I used to either, because I switched to a what is it called? Fiber. So that depends. Like, it's really a mixed bag right now if I lose power or not. It hasn't been that bad this year. Previous years, the infrastructure in Detroit was really bad. I was losing power, sometimes internet for 2 weeks, 3 days, 2 weeks, like 3 to 5 days to 2 weeks, but nowhere near as much as I used to. Addie, I did the pool. It's done. It's open. It's full. I filled it. It's filled. As of yesterday, it was filled. I was a little sketched out by it. The sidewalls were scaring the fuck out of me on Sunday night into Monday morning. like the sidewalls in these pools collapse in as you're filling it so that they bow, like we're talking like 30 degrees. And I did break a one of the concrete bricks or squares that I got for the leg. One of them broke. That's how much pressure was put on this pool, at least in this one spot. I think I got it within an inch, maybe 2 to 2 inches over 32 feet for leveling. I thought it was off by more, but it's not. Yeah, I'll take some pics today of it done for you. I'll get some fucking, like, I got a whole bunch of crap for the kids, and they got like I don't know, blow up things with like flamencos and unicorns and that kind of stuff. I'll put some pics up for you this morning, but it's done. So I did finish the second part of that first part of the project was I lost my sewer line, or it was cracked or something. That's how it began, with the sewer line. So I had to retrench and get my sewer line done. And as I was putting the backyard back together, I was like, yeah, we're kind of here. And I thought that I could get these guys to do the work for me, but I couldn't. So I wound up doing the pool part of it myself. And I did try to hire some help along the way. That shit didn't happen. It just didn't. It just, like, there's 5 different reasons why 5 different groups of guys didn't come help. So I ended up having my best friend help me all day on Sunday. It's definitely, there's a few things to say about it. It's definitely like a 4-person to 5-person job at some points. Just need hands, friends, neighbors, loved ones, whoever you can find. It's sketchy as hell. They tell you in advance that it's sketchy as hell, but it's not as, it's sketchier when you're doing it in person. It's 15,000 gallons of water. It's a 16 by 32 by 52 inch pool. So it weighs like, all this water weighs like, 130,000 pounds or something like that. Maybe more. I don't know what the math is in a gallon of water. I'm not going to do it. I'm assuming it's about 130 to 150,000 gallons, probably double, maybe 170,000. I don't know. What does a gallon of water weigh? Well, that's been too long since I've been in high school. Anyways, it's a shit ton of water, and it's like a vinyl liner between you and all that water. Just, I'm looking at it and I'm like, this shit could wash my house off the foundation. That's what I was thinking the entire time. I was like, this could definitely wash the house off the foundation. Like one quick rip, wall of water. 8 pounds per gallon. So what is that? So not 100. So it's 15,000. So probably 130,000 pounds, right? Get that right? Maybe somewhere in there, 130,000 pounds. Does that sound roughly right? 15,000? No, they get that wrong. 13,000 pounds. I'm assuming it's about 120, 130,000 gallons, or not gallons, pounds of weight. Mixing gallons with pounds. Anyways, it's done. Now, what else would I tell you about the installation? Totally worth it. Dirt cheap. I think the pool I got the pool on sale. It was returned or something on eBay. I think I got it for $1,200. Dirt cheap, but they cost like $2 to $3 grand. You got to level the land. That's a few $100 minimum. I think I paid $800 for sand for like 10 yards of sand. There's a whole bunch of other crap you got to get for it though. I got the robotic thing that cleans the pool. That was on Addie's recommend as well. And a lot of hard ass work. That's the other part of it. It's backbreaking fucking work. And you're doing it like when it's hot as fuck. It's like last 2 weeks I've been doing this work after the stream. And it's brutal. Like 2 hours of like manual labor and shovels. You're just like, fuck this, I'm done.
So we are looking now to the market on open imbalance.
Okay, so the market's opening right now. I apologize. I'm having some headphone issues this morning.
Nasdaq 100, 55 million to the sell side. Dow 30 seeing 30 million to the sell side. Mag 7 stocks also seeing 30 million to the sell side.
I do think that we sell down this morning. I'm on the bear trade here to the downside, or the doom trade as someone might call it. But I think I said Tuesday or Wednesday. So today's Tuesday, the 25th. Wednesday open on, anyways, today's close should be the end of the doom trade. Possibly could be the open tomorrow. You could see a back test, though we are getting a little bit of back test right now. We could be done too. So here's the deal for this morning. Let's go to the triggers really quick and take a peek. So if you are a bull, you are looking for some sort of a move higher first, and then a back test of the hourly trigger to pick this up to start running to the upside. There was no capitulation trade yesterday. I did watch the down move yesterday. So no real capitulation trade at this point to say, yes, this is the okay. NVDA blasting off in the overnight, or this morning, I should say. Maybe you're looking at that as the signal that this is bottom. We're just going to start heading higher. But for myself personally, I want to see that trade above the hourly trigger, that back test, nice successful back test, off and run into the upside, and we're gone. Now we've got a low news day today. We've got two more data drops by like 10 a.m. this morning. We also have a 2-year note auction, I believe, at 1 p.m.
Decline 23% month over month as refinery runs are expected to rise, again, according to sources.
So if those reports come out and they're bad for the market, we will see that downside move. Bam, bam, bam. PT1's down below here at 540. This is like the doom trade. Not necessarily going to happen, but in case it happens, we get blooded all the way down here. 538, 540. I don't know that we go all the way down to this daily trigger down here and spoos. But if you're a bull, you're waiting to get above. To get above, or you're waiting for that death spiral trade down into the close today. Tuesday close, Wednesday open. If we get that blood today to the downside,
non-farm payrolls,
well, we could see a rip overnight and then a back test for that continuation to the upside for the rest of the week.
92%.
So we'll watch this really closely here. The other thing that we're going to do this morning is go over the rest of the trades that we did not finish on Friday. There were at least a few of these trades in here. I think we discussed GS, ODD, I think, and PayPal as at least those three need to get done this morning for the Q3 expectations. I have a list, though, from Discord from Friday. That's a mile long that we have to get through as well at some point this morning. So here, let's get back to this. Let me go back to a 1-minute chart here for you. And we'll see how this works itself out. As soon as I'm done with this, expectation trade for Q3. Oh, let's talk about that really quick too. Another thing this morning is that we're in a corporate blackout period. I'm going to read this to you. Hang tight 1 second here. Per GS, this was yesterday morning at 9 a.m. We are now in a corporate blackout period that we estimate will run through June 19th, 2024. As of today, we estimate greater or less than about 80% of the S&P 500 are in their blackout window, with greater or less than 90% in blackout by the end of the week. So if you guys don't know what a corporate blackout period is, it's a period in financial markets where corporate employees are prohibited from buying or selling shares, normally tied to earnings season, stuff like that. So you could see less, when I say like real money buying, real money selling, any of that kind of stuff, you don't see those corporate types as participants during this period. It allows the market, if the banks aren't moving anything, It allows the market to be freed up for movement, where you might be in a strong, positive volatility type environment where we just grind and grind and grind and grind. You'll have a little bit more opportunity for some volatility, good and bad, in the marketplace where price has the ability to move, or at least they're not partners in this at this point. What else? Oh, and as soon as we're done with these other charts, unless you want me to chart NVIDIA and Apple for you right now, I'm going to get to those today. So you're going to get NVIDIA and Apple charted out for you. Saw a lot of calls for like, this is the top on NVDA. Saw like, I don't know, like it's weird. It's weird seeing this stuff because you guys are, we're in what? We're in June 25th. And they were calling NVDA a bubble. For how long now they've been calling it a bubble? For a long period of time, right? Bubble's going to pop, bubble's going to pop, bubble's going to pop. Any of this down move on NVDA should be bought. Just as a heads up to you out there. I'm going to give you a warning that I need you to listen to because oftentimes this warning, this is like the famous warning. Everyone's cycling out of tech and more broad-based rally and blue chip quality stocks and Dow Jones Industrial Average, the best stocks out there. And I want you to know that that's horseshit, absolute fucking horseshit. You'll see the pullback in these tech names, and they will be buying them hand over fist, and you will still get an outperform by those blue chips. That's right. You will still get outperformed by these blue chips, and before not by these blue chips, but by big tech. And your head will be spinning on it, right? Because you'll be like, wait a minute, they told me to cycle into old school blue chip stocks, and there's NVDA again breaking out and going to stupid all-time highs once again. Just be aware that while they're telling you this, they're looking for a dip to buy in tech. Okay, just sorry, that's not how the world works. No, the top is not in on tech, and no, the top is not in on AI. We got to talk about that though too. We got to talk about AI. I'm going to write that one down too. We got to talk about AI because I'm going down some rabbit holes here. I'm going on like futurology, our futurology. We got to talk about the presidential election again. Ugh. We got to talk about AI stocks, or not AI stocks, but AI at some point. If you go on to like our futurology, our technology, even some of the more obscure sites, it's bizarre to see what's going on from people that work in these companies on the back end. Not the back end, the front end. The destruction of like SEOs, the destruction of written news articles, and how much AI is actually coming into being out there. It's insane. The rate of like what's real and what's not, who's human and who's not human. And the insiders, the people that are working for these tech companies, are discussing it right now on Reddit, like openly. They're discussing it. And I'm shocked by it. I'm shocked that it's a bigger movement than you think, and a lot of it I think is passable at this point. Written language model stuff is becoming passable or accepted, and the enshittification of the internet as that takes place over time. How bad is it going to get on the internet where you don't really know what's real and what's not? Who's a real person? Who's a fake person? It's getting bizarre out there. So we'll chat about that at some point. Yeah, there's leapfrogging. I don't think that Joe on Main Street realizes how rapidly the change is coming right now. It is insane how fast it's happening. So we can you can probably at some point. I saw some videos recently of avatars that look human, and dude, it's insane. There'll be a point where you wouldn't know I'm real or not. Yeah, I could look just like this right now, and it's not me. And be passable. Like, some of these models are passing the. In my view, at least, they're passing the uncanny valley test at this point, or at least the ones we're seeing publicly. They're passing the uncanny valley test, and that's the one that always gets me. Is uncanny valley gets me, and that's the one that always triggers for me. And then the other one that triggers for me is outdated information. Humans love to cite the most current data, even if it's not accurate. They like to cite like the most current available data, and I find LLMs tend not to have access to that data or know how to rate that data as a human would want it, and at least until at this point. So I'll see like very stale data in some of the written language model stuff. But like one guy, I watched his videos on YouTube, and he's got a what has he got there? Virtual machines. And he's running these virtual machines with processors running an idea or a thought through, anywhere from 6 to 9 different versions of ChatGPT, trying to smooth out a thought process to an acceptable written essay that would pass all your litmus tests that you have. And his results were shocking to me, absolutely fucking shocking. Blew my mind how good they are. So if that guy's doing that shit on YouTube, there's some engineers doing it behind the scenes that we don't even know. I got to get the video for you guys. I got to dig it up for you because it's insane. Who, Kit Boga? Let me look up Kit Boga. I don't know if that's the guy that I've been watching, but I got to look it up because it's sketchy as fuck. It really is. It's scaring the fucking bejesus out of me. Like, it really is. Like, it's so bizarre. Someone was saying last week, I was reading somewhere, they said, they were saying something about how, people just have a firm sense of direction. You could be driving down the road, right, and ask for directions from a human, and you had a decent sense of direction. Take a left, red house, take a right, go over the green bridge, pull a U-turn, take 3 lefts, and you'll be back here with me. And you can fairly well figure out where you're headed with just some verbal directions from some rando at a country store. And then when the internet came out, we had like Google Maps, right? And so you become keen on following map directions, but you still had to go there and seek it out. Where is it? Where is it in relation to where I am? All of that stuff. And that with the advent of AI, you're not being forced anymore to search. Like, you got one more degradation point where you're just all these companies want to switch to a model where there is no more searching for anything. You're just given the answer, and that answer is not always accurate, right? That answer is not always accurate, and it's like a snake that eats its own tail with what's acceptable information, or what is the answer. Can the answer be 5 or 6 different answers, or is it just one watered down answer? Yeah, no more thinking. Absolutely. Yeah, it'll make up the answers, right? And it becomes kind of weird. 100% it makes up answers. Oh, dude, Thomas guides. Dude, I haven't seen a Thomas guide in 20 fucking years. Thomas guides are the old school book maps from, or a bound book map from California. Do they use those anywhere else? I think it was like LA was big on that, right? Winky's saying it can't say I don't know. Or can it have even different? I guess the flavor of the AI too would depend upon who you're going with, right? I always notice with Apple Maps, Apple Maps. Apple Maps tends to send me on a more bespoke route sometimes. Like, oh, you want to drive through this old Main Street part of town, rather than take this this alternate route that would save you 15 minutes. We're going to take you downtown this town. Then we're going to take you on the lake route. So maybe it would depend upon which advertising dollar is spending for you to drive near their stores, right? We're going to have you come by Walmart, sponsored by Walmart, Amazon Maps. Or no, I guess it wouldn't be Walmart. Amazon Maps would be like the Amazon store. But you get the gist, right? It's kind of bizarre. Anyways, currently trading underneath the hourly trigger. We're looking for more downside here, the doom trade. I don't know if it gets as deep as some of these bears want it, but some weakness right now in the market. Give me one quick second here. I got to do one quick thing here. YouTube does not like YouTube does not like sharing a multi-stream at all with Twitch. Does not like sharing multi-stream at all. I missed that. What that just said? Sorry, I missed some of the chat. Hold on a second here. Yeah, Winky. That's what all these engineers are saying. All these guys on Reddit, man, in these discussions. There's like some there's a real true quiet discussion going on. From people that you can tell are in the know. It's too many people talking on Reddit, at least. There's a few. There's probably like 5 to 10 decent subreddits where you'll see conversation amongst back-end developers that work for Silicon Valley, and they can't all be lying to each. They're not all lying on fucking Reddit, and they're all coming to these same conclusions that you are, Winky. How it's being rolled out, how it's being used, or the future of it. They're gonna murder websites, right? They're basically going to murder. If you're out there and you have a website, let's say you have a platform with real thought written in a blog type post, and you're kind of a large place where real thought comes from, right? You're going to get crushed by these AI companies, and you're going to get crushed by like Google, right? Like Google, Apple, just straight destroyed. It's like the death of the internet is like we moved into the enshittification phase, and there's literally like a threat of the death of the internet, and human involvement in it. Or at least on scale, or at least in the idea of in getting information out to people. Yeah. All right, so we'll talk about it some more later this morning. I'm gonna get into just a few things here. Financial juice is on. Just a note that we have consumer confidence at 10 a.m. This morning. At 1 p.m., there's a 2-year note auction. We've got some Fed speak at different points this afternoon.
Top of the hour, we see the release of the U.S. Conference Board's consumer confidence read. Forecast 100 on the prior 102, with a range of 106 to 96. With this, we also see the Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast -3 on the prior 0.
We also have some French election stuff coming up as well. I read that, Winky. Oh, I wrote Doom Trade wrong. That down there. SPX Gamma, let's take a look at that really quick. Gamma Flip is down below here at 54.40 on the Gamma Flip. Right now we're in a volatility trade. You can just see this from right here to right here. We're in some volatility. Local support right around here. We're below it, right? We were trying to get above this the other day. Couldn't handle it. Local resistance at 55. Oh, come back over here. I don't know why we're flipping around. We shouldn't be flipping around here. Hold on a second here. Let me stab all these things once. There's something funky going on with. We have more than one of these up. Hang tighter. I gotta get all these on the same page. So Gamma Flip down below at 54.40. Keep your eye on this bottom down below here. This is yesterday, of course, on Monday at 6 p.m. Found that low, supportive though above 54.40. So if you are bullish, we want to stay above this Gamma Flip here. Try to get back up to the upside to this call wall way up here. Dixie this morning bullish to the upside. We've been having some issues, not issues so much, but the USD JPY won trade. So just keep your eyes on Dixie. We've had some intervention from Bank of Japan. There is some resistance here, at least sell side activity above. This is the side that I've been watching right here. This line hasn't changed in weeks now. I want to see sellers come in above here. I don't like the idea of trading back above to these highs, 105.76, 105.91. Above, if we do make that trade higher, you should see some pretty significant weakness in the marketplace. But it is looking pretty bullish right now. Right up here, put another red mark above on Dixie. In terms of bullishness, it's looking pretty bullish right now. You see that? The hourly velocity is heading to the upside on Dix. So just be careful of that downside move that we talked about on S&P 500. If we get more of a doom trade today, it should be tied directly to the Dix. SDOW also sent an alert to me this morning. I got an alert to be bullish on SDOW. I have an alert set on this trend line. I have another alert set down below at this $15 for SDOW. Now, we know that yesterday the DIA was bullish, was looking for a little bit more of a squeeze this morning in the or in YM at least, and it got shot right down. There was a big sell that came in on YM. We'll take a look at that as well. IWM blasting down below here, looking for a dip buy to go higher. There is some concern here with IWM if we don't get a rate cut, that it stays range bound. I've got it going up quite high though. Not just 204, but even higher highs. And later this afternoon, if you are let me write this down, make sure I can even get to this today. If you are a supporter or higher, you're going to get an extended outlook for Q3 a post on the
In
website.
5 minutes time now.
It's going to be an extended outlook for SPY,
consumer confidence.
QQQs,
Forecast 100 on the prior.
IWM,
102,
YM,
range of
and if I can
106
get to it,
to
I'll do
96. This report
NVDA for
representing the
you.
month of June.
So if
We've
you want to
given
see
written
that
Fed
extended
confidence
outlook
index
for
forecast
Q3,
-3
look
on the
for it at
prior
some point
0.
today. I'll go over it in the stream today if I can, so that if you're not a member, you can get some kind of a gist of where we're headed or what the expectation is we're headed for Q3. But if you are a member, you're going to get the full spread and layout at some point later today. VIX 9-day, kind of in the buy zone. VIX isn't really telling me too much. It was in the buy zone down below here, in the buy zone down below here, and it's climbing right now. We are heading into the season of volatility. Let me look that up for you really quick. So, just a note for you out there. If you are looking for volatility, for the markets to wake up a little bit, the volatility trade begins July 3rd until October 9th. July 3rd to October 9th. So if you're looking for more volatility, more movement in the market, it's not necessarily going down into the depths of hell. But more than likely not until end of quarter or mid-quarter and like mid-July, July 19th, July 30th, or 28th, I think is the last tradable day, but somewhere in there. But just note that the volatility season is beginning, and VIX is expressing that right now. So just this volatility right here, do we start to at least climb over time? Beginning at this point in time, like was this the seasonal low? May 24th, possibly the seasonal low. Or do we get one more low before we get to that start of the volatility season in the beginning of July at some point? Does volatility smash back down to a new low around 961, something like that? So right now, maybe a little bit early for the volatility trade, but just keep an eye on it. If we begin to climb, begin to see like permanent bottoms as we head into the October time period. HYG coming back down, but still grinding higher. This HYG track, we're watching this into end of year, believe it or not, for HYG to just stay somewhat on track in here, to be buying this daily trigger and this weekly trigger as we move higher and higher and higher. And if we lose this, what happens? When do we start a major correction at some point in the end of July? XLF looking for a back test right now for an upside move. A lot of people were inside XLF beginning last week. It's been a lovely trade. We've been talking about the XLF rotation trade. It's been going on for the past week or two. I think we had a guy, a financial advisor, in our Discord talking about a trade on GS was one of them. So we're gonna look at his trades this morning. We weren't able to get to them on Friday. So I got this one up for you right now. I'll bring up GS at some point. GME trading $23.30. $23.30. I am looking for somewhere around $20 on GME, but it is getting there. You can see right now it's like a new hourly new lows, but this daily velocity here, I want to see another move like this right here. Another nice little down move and some higher lows on daily velocity before taking a permanent trade again on GME. So if you are a GME trader, just remain patient.
Consumer confidence.
You might be like, yeah, Cap, what about this one back here? But yeah, it still came back down. You see that? So GME trades really well in its daily velocity, and it's not quite ready at this point. Maybe when we get that cross of the weekly trigger right in here, whenever this weekly trigger cross comes up, right? One,
out earlier to -10,
two,
-10, which is lower than forecast, -3.
three, right? Maybe four weeks out. Get that monthly trigger cross, grind it all down. God damn it. Down, couple up and downs, come down here. A little bit of a bloodbath, boom, off and running again on that cross. So looks range bound to me, at least for right now on GME.
10 seconds.
It might be more of a waiting game for you if you are a GME trader. NVDA back down, tests its daily trigger. Question becomes: is this the bottom of NVDA, or do you get a larger? So you get a pullback, right? You get pullbacks to the hourly trigger. You get a major pullback or a real pullback to the daily trigger. Or do we start a corrective phase, right? Do we do a correction down to the weekly trigger? Do we do a major correction down to the monthly trigger? Is the NVDA run over? We're going to go over that this morning. We're going to hit NVDA for you, give you some expectations. Is this the bottom of NVDA or not? Nice torching of the puts this morning as well. This was good to see. Torch all those puts on the AM this morning. I couldn't believe, like, if you were an NVDA bear and you woke up this morning and you're like, fuck. It's got to be horrible, right? Horrible being an NVDA bear and waking up this morning.
12-month inflation expectations ticked down slightly from 5.4% to 5.3%. June's write-in responses revealed that elevated prices, especially for food and groceries, continued to impact consumers' views on the economy.
Consumer confidence is good, by the way.
Labor market and U.S. political situation.
Apple coming in, testing its halfback trade back here. Kissed it, bought. No big deal, right? Monday, 10 a.m. they bought it. We've got the grind coming up on the daily trigger here. This is looking pretty bullish right now, at least to me. Although I would like to see that quick roll up. That quick roll down would be nice, of course. More doom the better. To go up 1, 2, and 3. We'll see if we can get that either today, tomorrow, or maybe that presidential debate that we have to have a conversation about again. Did you see the brief last night? I posted a note about Bloomberg right now. It's weird, like I love reading Reddit. Like you read Reddit, then you read Twitter, and you get two different views. And then some Wall Street, at least the betting sites have Trump winning at this point. So we'll readdress that today and what the impact that the debate might have in the market coming into the weekend here. How well who wins the debate is going to matter. Bloomberg, if you didn't read the brief last night, is right now projecting, at least the betting websites out there are projecting not just Trump winning, but a full roll of the House, the Senate, Republicans taking over across the board. I shit you not. That's not me, so don't be like, hey, Cap's saying this. This is Cap saying this. It's not. This is coming from most of the betting websites that are out there. I know that when you and I are consuming this stuff on Reddit or on Twitter or your favorite news organization, it can be clouded, right? You don't always have a clear view of what's actually going on out there. So we'll talk about that at some point if we get the time today or tomorrow. That'll be part of the discussion. All the stuff that I'm bringing up to you right now. Next one. What are we doing here? Get rid of all that. So NVDA, Apple. I don't know why, but we're rotating through charts today without it being on. But I guess the rotation, whatever that rotation thing's not working. The software is not working today. What is it called? It's not really software. It's a all right. Anyways. I did not hear that the Federal Reserve was being held hostage with ransomware. Where'd you read that? You guys heard some ransomware gang is threatening the Federal Reserve. No, I'm going to look that up right now. That would be an insurance thing for hedge funds and banks, wouldn't it, if that happened? Lockbit ransomware gang claims to have hacked the U.S. Federal Reserve. Well, fucking A. Did hackers steal 33 terabytes of data from the Federal Reserve 2 hours ago? Oh, God. U.S. Federal Reserve, blah, 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 Fed. Notorious Lockbit ransomware group over the weekend, though some insiders calling it rubbish. Oh, really? That sounds like the insiders calling the first GME run rubbish. Sounds like a bunch of old fucking guys don't know what they're talking about. The Russian-linked gang posted the Federal Reserve on its Dark Leak blog on Sunday, claiming to have exfiltrated 33 terabytes of data from the independent U.S. government financial institution. Logbit posts the Fed Reserve. Someone is mad. Threat researcher Dominic Alvieri first posted on X with a screenshot from Lockbit's victim blog. If true, it'd be a huge get for the ransomware cartel, who in 2023 were able to victimize such behemoths as the Boeing Company and the UK's Royal Mail, as well as carry out mass zero-day execution campaign known as Citrix Bleed. Cyber News reached out to Federal Reserve Board on Monday, but its spokesman did not comment. The Fed website was also loading without incident on Monday, including its separately run site FRB Services, which monitors the status of various functions of the Fed's federal network system. That site showed no disruption to services such as the central bank, Fed ACH, and Fed wire funds, with a line of green check marks down the board. The consensus of security insiders on social media believes the claim is more likely a bluff, possibly meant to taunt U.S. law enforcement, which has been methodically closing in on the gang over the past 6 months. The most obvious tell, researchers point out, is the absence of stolen data samples, which more often than not would be posted to accompany the claim to prove its validity. Nice squeeze right here by Spoos on that news. Quote, yesterday, Lockbit ransomware group claimed to have ransomed the U.S. Fed. The malware collective VX Underground posted on Monday on X. Besides listing doubt as its top reason, VX Underground went on to say if Lockbit ransomware group actually ransomed the Fed, it would be DEFCON 2, and the administrators would need to worry about a drone strike. No shit. Meantime, Lockbit is threatening to publish the Fed's allegedly stolen cash on Tuesday, June 25th. That's today. Unless Lockbit ransomware group ransomed something small in the Fed, like maybe Lockbit took down their coffee machine and they can't watch anime or something. We don't know what the Fed, what the staff at the Fed actually do. This is true. To note, when Cyber News tried to confirm the Fed was still posted on Lockbit's dark blog, the gang's multiple onion addresses also still showing the Lockbit logo, returning a 502 bad gateway, leading to more speculation. The cybercriminal gang, which has been successfly evading law enforcement since its inception in late 2019, suffered a major setback this spring. An international operation led by the FBI and Interpol had infiltrated the gang's network infrastructure and seized its dark leak site in February. Since then, the FBI not only publicly outed its alleged Russian-based leader, Lockbit SUP, but took possession of nearly 7,000 of the group's money-making decryption keys, passing them to hundreds of Lockbit victims now able to reclaim their encrypted networks. Yet, even with a major dent in operations, Lockbit was quickly back in business within weeks of its seizure, carrying out its signature ransom attacks in full force and reestablishing its presence in the dark web. More recently, the group boasted of attacks on Douche Telecom and Cannes Hospital in France. According to Cyber News Ransom Looker, a ransom monitoring tool, Lockbit accounted for 47% of all publicly announced ransomware victims over the last 12 months, executing over 1,400 attacks in the U.S. and around the world. So not to be taken lightly, for sure, right? This group is not a group to be taken lightly. DEFCON 2, I believe that for sure. Maybe some of you guys can comment out there if they were to this data. If this was if this is like would this be a data release, or would it be something where is the threat more fucking with data in the Fed? Douche Telecom. I'm with you on that drone strike shit, Winky. 100%. They will drone strike somebody. But they would only drone strike somebody if it was disruptive, right? If it was like, I don't know, data that was released that could compromise privacy, Would they drone strike over that? Or would it just be if it was disruptive, permanently disruptive to our system? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like something like that. If it was data. Oh no shit! Account numbers, inner workings. Fuck. So keys, but basically keys to money, right? That would be fucking bad. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that would be a drone strike, I would assume, right? I would assume that would be a drone strike. Snatch and grab. They got those missiles now too, right? Those missiles that don't cause any collateral damage within 30 feet or something like that. They've got the big spikes in the front of them. They just explode vehicles and shit like that. Do you think that they would use it in a time? Do you think the U.S. would do it at a time of their liking? Would they call the ambassadors, the Russian ambassadors, down for a discussion? That happened this week, by the way, over missiles that Ukraine used in Russia. This is like maybe could be a tit for tat. Yeah, I would think the same thing. It'd be war, right, Winky? So all these banks and hedge funds are insured against this type of stuff, I think. So it would matter to you and I as a retailer, but if the market were to like go straight down to the depths of hell, they would be protected, I would assume. More Nuts Cards, how are you? That's kind of neat to know, at least the balls on them to even say this stuff. I would assume that something's going on behind the scenes, regardless at this point, right? I would assume that something's happening in the back end of this. I would assume it's already DEFCON 2. My assumption is that that's already going on. All right. Next thing we're going to look at, we're going to get through the tickers from Friday that we didn't get a chance to get to. I'm going to do it in the bottom of your screen down below here and get done with these tickers. Note that today we have Fed speakers and again at 1 p.m. 2-year note auction. Be aware of that. All the other data has been dropped at this point. Consumer confidence was actually 100.4. The forecast was 100. The previous was 102. So come in a little bit cool this morning, still lower. So the Fed's job, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. We should get worse and worse news as time passes into end of year. GS, next ticker we're going to do. Goldman Sachs, baby. Goldman Sachs. Nice dip buy down below on Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Great buy. It's traded from 450 to 461.46. Doug Fuller brought us this ticker on Friday inside the Discord. Let's take a peek here on a 30-minute basis. I mean, structurally, this looks great, right? You got the downside move. You've got the dip down below here. It's looking like an inverted head and shoulders, I think you guys call these things, right? You got this one, and this one. The idea being that we trade higher. Question mark is how long do we trade higher? Do we trade higher the entire quarter or not? Daily velocity not lending anything right now, any kind of positivity to this trade higher. Would like to see a ramp up on daily velocity, not seeing that right now. And at the moment, it looks like we have a little bit more upside potential, but then a pullback ahead for GS. On a daily basis for GS, getting one more pull up here, but no real definition here of no more downside to come on the daily basis. But it does look structurally intact right now on a weekly basis to the upside for for GS. One quick second, go back to a 30-minute basis. Looks like we did this one tag already. That was good to see. $470 price target on GS. Look for a dip buy down around 455.67 to trade 465.51, pullback, and then another upside move to 470. There is a little bit of concern here with GS. The one thing that bothers me about this trade hire, the only thing that I have to say on a bearish, I don't know if it's bearishness, but let's take a look one more time. Draw that one in down below. GS, there can always be
taking a look at the fear and greed index, 40 out of 100 equaling fear, and the crypto fear and greed index, 30 out of 100 also equaling fear. And looking at the VIX, currently up 0.3% at 13.38.
Whatever this downside move is here, these sometimes as we enter more volatility, you can get big downward swings. You can see that downward swing down here. Wouldn't be shocked with where Velo is on a daily basis if you got some kind of blood move and it's deeper than you expect. So we'll leave this one in here just down below. And due to us not having new highs on daily velocity, wouldn't be shocked to see some kind of a down move in here. Could also be it happens at the beginning of the month. That blood comes straight down here. Back off and running again. Something down in here in the future. So just be careful of that. The downside move might not be over on GS or on financials. It almost feels like someone just wants it lower. Leave that right there for you on GS. I guess should say I would like to see more improvement on GS than the dip buy yesterday. Next one is ODD. Oddity Tech. There's another one from Doug Fuller. My kind of company. I can already see it. This is my kind of company. Love stuff like this. IPO Wednesday the 19th, 2023. Immediately sold down to the depths of hell. Not quite depths of hell. $25. It's been pinning on its daily trigger. If we go back to the 30-minute basis, you can see the daily and the weekly developing here. Swing down low, big buyers down below down here. You can see them stepping in at $33 and $30.53. Big demand down here at $30. So we know there is demand lower. Big buyers down here, big buyers down here. Nobody's business. And they're just cranking, buying on ODD. I haven't seen their financials yet. It's a nice printer, though. $30 printed 44.24. $35 printed 45.97. They're coming into a weak moment right now. You can see their daily velocity is heading to the downside. So if you're able to pick this one up, looks like yesterday there was a chance to dip by down below. I am looking for something slightly lower here, though. Let's take a closer look. Daily Velo is kind of bearish right now on this ticker. So if it's possible to grab, looks like it wants to squeeze right now, but even if it does, still like to somewhat get that as the buy down below here. Maybe one more little bit of blood here. Keep an eye on this one. ODD. Am I down with ODD? Yes, I am. Seems like it does some consolidating. 21 of May. 2 to 3 weeks of consolidation. So you get the initial blast up, right? You come down and then it bloodbaths down here. Maybe some more of that, a little bit of bloodbathiness down here. Bring that one up too. And see that major buy there. Somewhere in this zone down here, $35, $37 would be really nice. Yesterday got down to $37.54. That's a pretty sweet buy right there, too. There is accumulation going on. You might get a slightly better price. You might get like 36.71. Not 35, 36.71. You might be able to snag another low down there, but it looks like it's being accumulated pretty hard and heavy. Another nice ticker. This one's from Doug Fuller again. Always putting out the gangster trades. PayPal. This one's been talked about highly. Looking for this to move higher. Still not moving higher. It's actually got new lows. Trading $59 right now. The previous low back here. $55.92. 50.17. Hold on a second here. I'm already losing my voice. That doesn't take long at all anymore, does it? Woof. There's a gap that is left unclosed down below here on PayPal. Couple little more gaps down below here in the 40s. I bet that gap gets closed sometime this year. Let's look at it closer. Does it want to close this gap? Trading 59.40 right now. There's another gap left behind over here. Let me show that one right there. Another little tiny gappage down here. Whew. Didn't get the new high here. You see that right here? Watch this closely here. You know, when we draw these things out, right? We're drawing these out so that you can see if it catches the new high or not. So you see this line that I drew in here for PayPal? You want to see like a new high. You wanted to see higher than 73.22. Sellers came in before we even got there. Slammed it down. You don't get the new high, though, do you, if you fail to get it back here? You can actually see right here, it's another sell signal here. 1, 2. And like it wants to revisit these prior lows. If the way is not higher, right? You got no higher here. Well, you got the high right here. Failure to get the high right here. Failure to get the high right here. And now these sellers coming in and try to slam price down. Let's look on. No new highs yet on daily velocity either. You got a new low. Not quite yet. Not quite yet a new low. It doesn't look good though, does it? Looks great on its monthly. Looks like weekly's getting weak again on PayPal. At this point, this is what I would say about PayPal. Just like before, I need to see price over the daily trigger to get bulled up on it again. So price would need to regain $62 to get back on this trade once again. If not, boy, this looks like a candidate to sell down into its ER. It really does. rejoin the party later. This is looking not good for PayPal. For PayPal right now, until you get above $62, price target down below. Minimum close the gap at 51.90. Possibly even close the gap on their ER down at $45. This might be one of the rotate out tech stocks into their earnings season. Yeah, I hate them all too. In general, I don't like them. I'm not a fan of them in general. Just be wary of PayPal. It looks like it's not able to get new highs. If you're not going to get new highs, they're going to keep selling into you. We are looking for new lows. So, $51. I'm going to bet here that we trade $45 into their ER. They sell it right down into their ER season. It's not going to join the fun. I don't know when their ER is, but whenever it is, that'll probably play out. 44.88 price target until shit improves. No trade on PayPal. No bullish trade. You need to get back up here again, and you need to start doing this stuff with confidence. Can't be missing this stuff like by a tick. Can't be missing this stuff. Can't do it. Doesn't work. You need signs of strength. Like signs of strength are beating those prior highs. Okay. Next one, ENVX. Hold on, I'm getting some freezing right now. ENVX. I think we already looked at this one because it's on here. They had a nice squeeze above. Beat their prior high right here. This is what you want to see. I want to show you guys what you want to see here. Show you guys. This is what I'm talking about with PayPal right now. Why you want to see prior highs get beat. You can see it. You can see it right here, right? Prior high, beat, right? Prior high, beat. So when you see stuff like this, right? Coming on down, boom, beat a prior high, boom, beat a prior high. It's sexy, right? You got another one right here, another prior high, beat already. This is a sign of strength and an upside move ahead for this company. So when you see stuff like this, this is what you want to see with PayPal. And you're not seeing it with PayPal right now, so the answer is no, right? Price target for ENVX. You got a small, hold on a second here. Small little bump right there. Another little bump right there. A little bump right there. 30-minute basis. And just grinding higher and higher. ENVX, $25. Nice, beautiful, nice cross of the daily trigger. You should see a reversal as the daily crosses the monthly. First target above $18 and some change. Come back down when the daily trigger crosses the monthly. Big back test there. It's possible you could see a little bit more blood down to the weekly. And then more continuation to the upside. Looks great. Ticker looks unbelievable. Looks really nice. Like to see this. Is good. Cranking bullish right now. This is all good to see. A little bit more upside possibly to try to sweep and tag that above. You could end up failing this trade. This one might be a failure. How about 1740? Failure, swing back down, test that, then you get your break higher. Hold on here. Then you get your push. A little bit lower in expectations. Higher there. Ram it home, and then you get your big payout down the road here. July 30th, maybe? 25 bucks. Maybe even 25 and some change there. ENVX. MBLY. Mobileye. What's going on, Mobileye? Launched in October 2022, blasted all the way up. Yeehaw, trade 50 bucks. Come back down again, bloodbath, leave a giant fucking gap behind. Prior low of 23.50. There's calls that it's going up, I'm assuming. I don't know what you guys want out of this one. I don't know if you're bullish or bearish on this one. Higher low on a weekly basis. A lot of buying going on this ticker on Mobileye. I mean, it's being accumulated down here. Accumulated here, accumulated here. Oh, fuck, here comes the storm again. Hold on a second here. I got to check the Michigan Doppler. It's like booming outside. Boom. Yeah, we're like right in the eye of it right now. Time is it 10:32, 10:38? Yeah, it's right over us. It's like right fucking over us right now. All right, so if I lose power, I might not know it. Are we on right now? Is the stream on? Somebody say something in this chat? All right, thank you. I kind of like Mobileye here. I'm not going to lie. It's being accumulated, I can say that. They are buying down here. I mean, they're buying the fuck out of it right here. They bought it right here. They're buying it in here. This all looks like compressed price. Daily velocity is bad on, so just so you know, daily velocity is bad on Mobileye. It's negative. It's just starting to get negative now. Prior low was at 23.39. We had another low that was slightly higher right here. But we came back and retested that again. Failure to get a new high here. And daily velocity is negative, so it's kind of a wonky one here. There's $20. It's coming to you next, Winky. Is this storm coming your way too, or no? Somebody does not like Mobileye, do they? Hi. Hi. Somebody does not like Mobileye, guaranteed. I'm looking for new lows on Mobileye. You think maybe you're gonna get rain tomorrow? I don't know, man. We're like that big, like they lost all those bridges in Minnesota. Did you see that shit? Those storms like ran through Minnesota and like took out like railroad tracks and like bridges and shit and dams. I'm bearish here on Mobileye. My bearishness though is not necessarily bearish. It's trading 26.23. It looks like they just want better price, not necessarily like doom and gloom on Mobileye. There is some daily velocity that is negative on it. This looks like another company they're going to sell into their earnings season, if I had to guess. They're going to sell this into the earnings season, and then so I would expect negativity into this ticker for the month of July. Yeah, did you guys see that? Did you guys see Minnesota? The only tickers that I'm doing today are tickers from our members. That's something from Friday. We figured we'd do all these tickers for Q3 expectations for membership. I wrote them down, and I think we're done taking them at this point. I could stay here doing these every day, 8 hours a day, and never ever get through them. So I apologize to you. Anyways, MBLY bearish into their earnings season. I think it's a sell. If you want to get bulled up on MBLY, it needs to be above. Even if it is above, it's in some kind of a bloodbath. Like it wants the bloodbath. He failed a new high back here, so boxed in consolidation phase maybe for most bullishness. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Winky. It's not necessarily like bearish, like it's going to zero or anything like that. It's more like someone with pockets wants better price. That's it. That's all I can see. Next one, Mara. This is the same shit. This is like the same, not the same, but same kind of shit with Mara. Yeah, down, 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 pounding it down. Nice push up. This is actually pretty bullish. I like Mara here. Up, up. This Mara looks great. Mara looks really nice. Let's take a look at this in a higher frame. It's a nice tag right there. Dude, you're looking to go way higher again, aren't you? This one's looking to fucking explode. God damn. Mara's going to get violence to the upside. Mara's trading like fucking GME. Series of higher lows, higher low, higher low, higher low. This is all positive. No, this one must be really popular right now on Wall Street Bets. It has to be. Your weekly looks like dog shit. Your quarterly looks fabulous. Your monthly looks like it's getting better. Your weekly looks like shit. Your daily is okay. But your weekly looks terrible. And big lows come with that. With that weekly looking like shit. You have some big squeeze potential in here though too. Fucking dude, this shit was trading 24 cents. 24 fucking cents. 24 fucking cents. How much was it back here? $3.14. I'll say two things to you. Mara's gonna be like an oxymoron. Mara's weekly is saying it could easily trade $3 again. But its squeeze potential is really high too. It's really high as well. Oh boy, trading like a fucking meme stock, huh? You can see why people are bulled up on Mara. Total fucking meme. Some fucking meme. I could spin you a story on why it's gonna trade $3 and why it's gonna trade $48. I can tell you both. I can tell you both answers here, and both would likely be correct. Would likely be correct. I could probably make an argument for both of these outcomes. $2, huh? Oh, boy. Marsha. Marsha. Why don't we look at what's in front of us? We got this one right here. Let's see if we can define this a little bit better. Fucking Mara. And you guys want blood too. I can see it. You guys don't want $48. You guys want 150. I can see that too. I'd say I'm bulled up on it right now. But there's some kind of failure in there. And I don't think you get your big boy trade until end of the year. January. I don't think you get your big squeeze until end of year. And I want to warn you of something here. It wouldn't shock me, whatever that pullback is for the election, would not shock me to see Mara trade $3, $5. I know you're like, there's no way that's happening, Cappy. Where is that? That's 2025. Hold on a second here. That's 2026 right there. You got a grind ahead of you. August, September, October. Run into March, maybe. I'm assuming you want that before we get there. Mara. I gotta watch this one. We'll monitor Mara. It's pretty bullish up here. I can't tell if this is going to get sold down, though. Like a failure into like mid to late July. This could also run before we ever get there. This could run, start exploding before end of year. There's a farther out trade that's in like 2026 as well. That could coincide with, I don't know, fear. Some kind of a fair trade in the regular market. I got to look into this more deeply. Conundrum for me, Mara. Don't forget, we've got a 1 p.m. We've got a 2-year note auction. Yeah, Marsha. It's a weird ticker. It's trading like a meme. An argument can be made for I could make an argument for fucking $100 by end of year. Easily. Could also make an argument that you won't see that $100 for 2 years. And you could throw in there to see $3 again in the same fucking trade. Buy and hold, I guess, accumulate lows. Hold on to it for 3 years, up to 3 years. Mara. I hate charting memes, dudes. I really do. Monthly's turning up. Quarterly is about to turn up. It looks bullish as fuck, but still trading like a meme. Next one, NEE, N-E-E.
So according to a Cluster 17 poll out of France, the latest, Le Pen party now has 34.5%. Macron group has 19.5%. Keep in mind, French election on Sunday this weekend.
Okay, NEE Energy. Had a bloodbath down to their quarterly. This is always good to see. You always like to see that stuff, right? Blooded all the way, or 6 month, excuse me. That's pretty much the downside trade being done for this ticker.
Today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro.
Another gorgeous dip buy on NEE
for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
This is all beautiful here. Beat this one right here. Weekly trigger crossing the monthly trigger. Looks like dip buyers stepping back in again. I like NEE. This is fairly clear cut and easy to see. As long as price stays above $67.20, bullish. And I would like to see another back test of that number. Yep. This looks great. This is a great ticker. I am bared up right now on NEE in the next week or two. But overall, bulled up. Would love to see another pull down to grab some more liquidity down below. You do have some sellers above here. These guys don't want to see price go any higher. Yeah, we're right there right now too. I want to show you this. Let's go over here and look at NEE really quick. So this is NEE. Sell side, sell side, sell side, sell side again. Keep doing it until it doesn't work. Setting up though for a giant squeeze higher. They got their blood down here on their 6 month trigger. This is usually a sign that they're done for now. Heading lower. I'm assuming there's a NEE bear out there that wants to see it go to 0 or trade $25. That's possible. They look like they're done to me though. If they hold this $62, they should retest the cross of the weekly trigger. I'm not guaranteed, but I am looking for. I'm not going to measure. I could measure it right here, but you can pretty much tell that it's looking for $100. So I'm pretty bulled up here. $100, fairly easy to see. You don't need me measuring this. I'm gonna assume if you measure this whole move right here, that's gonna put you right up to about $100. So I'm gonna measure it from here to maybe even higher. NEE bullish for the quarter at least, or at least the first half of the quarter. Nice trade by the way. That one right there. Pulled up on niche. 1 pump, 2 pumps, 3 pumps right there. Turning it up, turning it up. This might even be higher. Right about there. NEE bullish to $100. It's a good ticker. I like it.
US to sell $80 billion in 4-week bills on June 27th to settle on July 2nd.
Baidu.
Noting that the US Treasury has boosted the size of the
yes, PayPal. Baidu. Thoughts on Baidu? Oh, I fucking hate Chinese stocks with a passion. Baidu. Depths of hell. I'm looking for blood. I'm looking for fucking blood. I really am. Baidu, bearish. Bearish on Baidu. Ian Trade says, I missed the day trading, Captain. You guys, we're at end of quarter. You guys get 90 days of day trading, Captain. We have a large percentage of our community that does not day trade. So I apologize, Ian. Short Baidu into the depths of fucking hell. I love you, Ian. Just give these guys like 2-3 days. They don't ask for a lot around here. They keep quiet mostly. They want their quarterly expectations. I love you too, Ian. There ain't nothing going on in SPY right now. Look at it, it's just grinding. It's just grinding right now. Rotation, end of quarter. You need a 3,000% trade right now? We'll slide that one over. You know, these fucking bears, all they want is like, this is like, you know, right now it's just compressing price, right? It's like, I just need to get that low. I need to be in the bottom fucking tick. We know you're going up. I just want that about that low. Do it today on Tuesday. Give me any reason. Make a reason up. Baidu. I don't know why it should go to 0, but that's right. Turn around Tuesday at the bell. Baidu. I don't know what to say about this ticker. It looks like dog shit. It looks like absolute dog shit. And I hate China. I hate China stocks. I hate them because there's so much bullshit. Any projection you make on a Chinese stock, yeah, it's China stocks. I will say this. Your weekly looks like shit. Your quarterly looks like shit. It looks like dog shit. Your daily says you're coming into a bottom. But overall, it doesn't look good. There could be a case being made for Baidu that's, you know, you got that one and this one, and you're going to get another one over here, and then it's going to go to the moon. But I'll tell you what. You've got a cross of the monthly trigger below the 6-month trigger. That's not bullish. You've got momentum coming down the quarterly as well. You've got momentum coming down on the daily and the weekly. This is all pretty fucking bearish. So, I'm bared up on this ticker. I don't know why. It's got to be trade relations, right? China deal or something like that. This would be an election trade. This is probably an election trade as well. I've got $50, 55, $50, 50. Right now I've got by January $55.48 on Baidu. You could have a squeeze above here working itself out right now on a short-term basis. It's trading $89. You might catch 106, 130. You might catch that upside trade here. Close a gap down below. Clean this up a little bit. Close the gap down below on Baidu. When this quarterly comes down, this quarterly trigger, you're likely going to get a bloodbath again. Monthly comes up, maybe. Maybe you catch that high there. That monthly trigger 1, 2. But then that quarterly catches you and sends you packing. You are closing gaps down here right now too in Baidu. I guess it's bullish. Bullish in the short term, short to midterm, but ultimately bearish. Some bad shit's coming. There's some bad shit coming next year. There is some bad shit coming. Deterioration of relations with China, possibly. Sell do, yeah. It's bullish in the short term. It's bearish in the long term. And it's likely going to trade even lower. And it could start running right now, too. Fairly close. Spoos, spending some time right now on its hourly trigger. No call right now for direction. We're bearish because we're underneath the hourly trigger, but spending a lot of time up here like this is good. We could make that move higher at any point. Keep an eye on it, see if we get that upside move. Right now, still looking for more downside to come on a Tuesday. Two peaks of interest. Would be 540, 537. Somewhere down in here, this is the doom trade. If we begin to break higher, we'll talk about buying some calls together as a group. If we start to make our way up and up and up, PT1, PT2, 549 up there. It's actually higher, 556.
Yield curve inversion steepens to more than negative 50 basis points for the first time this year.
Baidu. Next one, TGT. TGT, next one. After that, we've got SG, Chewy, Path, Hood, MCD, SBSW, ASTS, UPS.
Now only
then I think we're done. And Tony the Tiger, I promised him a... we got no breakout on TGT here. We've got new lows. Dropped it down below the weekly trigger on TGT. Man, look at that. Leave behind a gap. Close it up. New gap down below. Close it up. Staircasing down on TGT. Daily, let's look at TGT. Weekly looks suspect. Daily looks good for more upside, but weekly looks bad. New lows on quarterly. Monthly looks like dog shit too on TGT. They traded their 6-month. You're trying to tell me we're going to go TGT to $70? You want to go lower than the COVID low? I doubt that. This looks like price compression as well. There can be an argument made that this gap needs to be closed down below here. Weekly looks like shit. This didn't work out, did it? No new highs there. No breakout available here. Higher low, lower high. Underneath, boom, sell it down. Straight down depths of hell. Sold it down again. Depths of hell. No cross above. The daily trigger looks good. 30-minute basis. Weekly looks like shit. This looks like horrible right here. This weekly does not look good. It can recover. You can have just a little bit of pullback here.
Austin says Hezbollah's provocations threaten to drag the Israel and Lebanese people into war. Again, it's according to Defense Secretary Austin, who says that diplomacy, again, by far the best option to prevent more escalation.
Close the gap at 110.
So just in the energy space, noting ExxonMobil saying that there's a strike preventing delivery of materials needed by their refinery. And says they may have to halt the Gravenchon refinery if strikes continue.
There's TGT.
China's finance minister says we will implement proactive fiscal policy and enhance the effectiveness of macroeconomic regulation and control, as cited by Chinese state media.
It might be even lower. Could even be lower. No, I don't like TGT at all. 170, 140. There's a trap here for bulls. There's some kind of trap for TGT. I'm bared up on TGT. Are you guys bulled up on TGT or no? Expect bad news from them at their ER.
NVIDIA shares extending gains of 5% now.
I mean, you're trading on a low, you're trading 140. Like 140 to 170 is respectable, right? There's a trap for TGT coming down the road. Their ER, something's going to come up. Whatever their next earnings is, I'm betting there's something bad comes out. SPY trying to break above right now, grinding higher above the hourly trigger, trading 544.31. Keep your eyes on this orange line above here. This is where the sellers are. TGT. This is what I'm going to tell you about TGT. Their fucking weekly looks like shit. Like, it looks bad. Daily looks great. Upside expected on TGT. Expect some bad news at some point. Some kind of an event-driven bad news on a weekly basis. Maybe it's just the market at some point. If market begins to roll over in late July, that would be enough of a catalyst, right? Subpar earnings or inline earnings with bad net or like inline earning. I think even just inline earnings could do it. Inline earnings, markets rolling down as it is. TGT just follows suit. Just be aware of TGT that there's some bad shit coming down the road. Maybe we'll air some dirty laundry or something like that. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Just a quick break. It's 11:18. Going to empty the pisser. It's been here, sitting here for like 2 hours. And I'll be back to do the rest of these tickers for you. We are squeezing higher right now. Keep your eyes on where these sellers are back here. They're teed up back here. They're going to try to tee up here. 545, 16, 17, somewhere up in there. Keep your eyes on these guys up here. It's fucking savage sellers. Turnaround Tuesday, baby. Everybody wants it. Yeah, I was pretty bullish on TGT, but their weekly velocity looks like shit. I don't know why that is. Maybe there's an insider here in the audience that can tell us something about Target. All these like McDonald's and like I'm suspect right now. Like as we head into the end of the year, right? As we get closer to the end of this year, like McDonald's $5 meal just came back out, trying to lure people back. Like Walmart's not open 24 hours a day anymore. I was reading a conversation last night, and people are commenting. This is an old question, but it got asked again on Ask Reddit like a week ago. And the answers become more refined as time passes. But the question is, what has changed since COVID? And you can see it clear as day, right? Like you can't go anywhere after 10 o'clock at night. Restaurants closed 9 p.m. 9 p.m. You see a few restaurants open until 10 or 11. Services not available. Reduction still in service hours. Reduction in open hours. Restaurants becoming more comparable. Fine dining. I see it in fine dining all the time. Fine dining was like a Sith came through and just like cut wheat. You don't know who's holding on right now, is my point. And the question on Ask Reddit last week, there are some people that were saying the damage has been done. It hasn't been shown publicly yet. A lot of these companies held on by the skin of their teeth. One guy said he was in the restaurant industry, and he said that restaurants were going to fail. They made the jump with food delivery, and then the pariahs came out in the food delivery business and just started like all the hidden fees. So restaurants stayed afloat due to food delivery, right? But then maxing profits on the delivery side of things has kind of destroyed that business for a lot of these restaurants. And then, of course, you see the like dining rooms dying, the hours dying, all of this stuff. Like Target is one of those companies. Not that they're going to go bankrupt, but when you're looking at like these national corporations, like Target and Walmart and McDonald's and Home Depot and Lowe's and Menards, like all of them as a whole, you just like eyeballing them, going, man, which one of these companies don't we see that's failing in the background? Like Costco's of the world. I'm not saying that Costco is going to fail or Target's going to fail or McDonald's going to fail, but we've seen this in prior decades, right? Like you'll walk into like you'll be on CNBC one morning, and this isn't now. This isn't relevant to price on SPY in a 1-minute chart or an hourly chart today. But as you get into like 2025, 2026, 2027, not even 27, just 2025, 2026, from now into that period, you just start to question. You're like, is there going to be a morning where we wake up where one of these large blue chip companies is failing? Like the GEs of the world, the pets.com of the world, the Yahoo of the world. It's there. You can see it. It's like you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, it's starting to, starting to question. Do any of you guys see this, or am I the only one seeing this? Am I the only one out there? Is if you're a bear, don't answer me. If you're a bull, do you see it as a bull? Drive me a cat. Like, if you're a bull out there, are you at least like, just like, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but you want to like, does it smell like death or not? I don't know if you get $20. I want $20 on GME. I want that 20. You got closer, right? Got down to 23. Just like that smell test. Keep your smell test up if you're a bull. As we go into these earnings for these kind of companies, every time you see like McDonald's earnings review, like an earnings, listen into the call if you can in some of these companies, or read the press release. And I don't care about what their strategies are for. I'm looking for like cracks, like big old fucking crack running down the front middle of the fucking floor. Yeah, I've heard about that too. That same guy that was talking about that stuff, Jay. They were talking about the price of goods. They were like, dude, you don't even understand. Like, they're like that $12 fry that you're buying is costing us fucking $8 or $10. They're like, you wouldn't believe the price of goods that we're paying in the background right now, and it's always been elevated, but it's got to be amplified now, right? There's some definite sniff test in going on. Yeah, they're comparable, right? Why go to McDonald's when you can go to a Culver's? Let's be honest. Look at a Culver's burger and fry. Same fucking price or cheaper than McDonald's. There's no fucking reason you need to go to a McDonald's. The disparity has changed, hasn't it? There used to be like, you'd be like, oh, well, I'm going to McDonald's because it's cheap and fast. I can feed my wife and my 3 kids or my 10 kids or whatever. Now you can go to fucking Culver's and same fucking price, right? Same thing with these sit-down fast casual restaurants. Where was that? Oh, so the other night I got stuck. On Friday I got stuck. So I was building that pool, right, all through the weekend. And there was nowhere my family wanted to eat. I wound up at a Pez convention. And there was an Uno's Pizzeria that was open. Uno's Pizzeria. Place is a dump. It's a dump. But we wound up there because it was open. It was serving in a hotel lobby, an anchor for a hotel until 11 p.m. So we went in there for to eat. And the food sucked. It was terrible. But they had like pasta dishes that were $10. They had pasta dishes that were like $10, $12, $15. It was that frozen bag food they put in boiling water and shit. Probably cut the bag open, pour it on the plate. Yeah, I went to an Uno's Pizzeria. That's true. There was a Pez convention. The Pez convention was insano. We walked in and it was really cool. Number one, if you like Pez, you're committed. Those Pez people don't fuck around. They're very serious about what they do. They were getting wasted. Fucking slammed wasted. And they had an auction going on that we could listen to as we were walking in the hotel. They're paying $15,000 for one single Pez dispenser. For real. 15 grand they paid. And they were all shit-faced. So they're all just pissing money away, shit-faced. I don't know. This Uno's was a shit dump. But you know, like for the price of a McDonald's meal, you can go to an Uno's and sit down and eat. That's not normal. It's not normal to go into a full service restaurant, a chain, and get the same or a better meal. Better is relevant here, or relative, than a McDonald's meal. There's something wrong. There's something wrong going on. I guarantee it. You can't have a McDonald's. So I don't know if it's Uno's that's going to go bankrupt, or if it's a McDonald's that's going to go bankrupt. Yeah, it's Uno's. It's a fucking chain. It's like fast casual sit down dinner. You might like Uno's, but they got Uno's inside of hotels across the U.S., I'm assuming. And yeah, it's bizarre. Just totally bizarre to see this. Anyways. We fucking got a new high right there. Still grinding right now. Yeah. I mean, this guy Chase Balls is saying, I work at a Longhorn Steakhouse. For $10, you get a better meal, right? Oh, do they really start tomorrow? Is it cranking right now, McDonald's? Is it cranking on that? It's got to be cranking on that news, right? You still spend money on DoorDash. Everyone I know spends money on DoorDash. I can't believe it. I don't do DoorDash. I think I did it once, and I was like, fuck this. No way. Answer is no. I'd rather get a $10 New York strip dry or wet-aged New York strip from Aldi and tuck it on the grill. Value war. You think we're heading back into another value war? Dude, my teeth feel dirty right now. I brushed them earlier. How the fuck does my teeth feel dirty? Lunch deals at sit-down restaurants as a lifelong pricing guy. The scheme to get people in the door, contribute to fixed cost. It's likely not profitable, but it helps pay some bills. What's going on, Punch Pillow? I don't know who's actually fucked though. Is it McDonald's that's fucked, or is it Uno's, or sit down? Is it the sit down fast casual restaurant that's fucked, or is it the McDonald's that's fucked? I guess is the bigger question. Is it like Darden or something that's gonna go down in ball flames? Is it McDonald's going down, or because they can sell their product at $10 or $12? Or is it sit-down, fast casual restaurants that are more danger than McDonald's? New high right here. Let's check 30-minute velocity, see if it's improved at all. A little bit. A little bit of improvement in velocity. The Sizzler's still around. I don't know. Yeah, Red Lobster. Did you guys ever see the YouTube? Did you guys ever see the Long John Silver's meme? Where this guy, he was going around the country and he would dress up with a yellow. They would dress up with like a yellow. He would it was a thunderstorming outside. It was like a rainy night. He would put on like a yellow costume, yellow like rain slicker and hat, and he would walk into a Red Lobster and like sit at the front bar. And he would talk about how like the sea monster was going to come get him. And so then like one of his buddies was outside dressed as a sea monster or a monster and would like kick the door open and drag him outside. It's like the old internet. Anyways, old meme internet. Do you guys remember that meme? It's like a video that was on, the guy used to make the videos on YouTube years ago, back in the golden age of YouTube videos. All right, so TGT, let me take a piss really quick. I said I'd take a piss 15 minutes ago. McDonald's is gross. I can't eat that shit. It's so nasty. It's like the dumpster of food. Dumpster of food. You guys want to see Tesla? You guys want to put Tesla up for you? You guys want to see that Tesla rotation? You guys have been chomping at the bit, haven't you? Just grinding sideways on Tesla. Guys have been parked in Tesla for weeks now. They want that upside resolution. We get that grind going on, that Tesla grind, that pounding higher. They know where the target is, don't they? I already told them what the target was. Oh, yeah, baby, 214. Just grinding it out up there. They can feel it. It's just up there waiting for them. Oh, yeah, Tesla. Oh, you just want that, don't you, so bad. Did you put 3 months on your calls? Yeah, you got the leaps going. 280 is the actual target if you don't know. Tesla pumping right now. Tesla bulls. Look at their fucking freak flags out. Waiting for that daily trigger to come crossing higher. Danny Moses from The Big Short. He's out of his fucking skull. He's wrong. He's going to get smoked. He's wrong. I'll tell you right now, he's wrong. He is wrong on Tesla. You're going to get their $50. Not today, though. Yeah, I don't think it's 53. I think it's 63. I don't think it's 50. I don't think it's that low. And he's not getting that until next. He can pump his hands next year when he gets it. He ain't getting that this year. He's going to get it, though, just not now. I guess he'll be short for a few more years. Like, maybe they'll make a movie about it where he's just short for like 10 years. Eventually, it'll be right. We'll call it The Big Short Part 2. All right, be right back. Give me just a few minutes. That's right. Take it to the shorts. Yeah, you guys don't see the used car lot? I already showed it to you guys. I'm looking for a sell up here in this 1 p.m. I don't know if they're going to grind it and then squeeze it or if they're going to grind it down until we get the auction. Doom trade to the downside is PT1 is 540, PT2 is 537 on the Doom trade on the used car lot, call lot. Bring that over there. There's the Doom trade for the Bears. I'll be right back with you guys.
Far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories and bring your truck to life. Real truck.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
We're working on solutions for our business.
Like carbon capture.
That could also help businesses like yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
Television. Context changes everything.
You actually offer a payout at 7 years to encourage people to explore if they don't find themselves in management position. I mean, what's the thinking? Yeah. I mean, like, what's that about?
We're not forcing everybody to, be kicked out, right?
But you encourage people to explore.
Exactly. We encourage people to think about their, because sometimes it's easier, even for me, if I don't need to change everything, it's easier, right? Change is really tough thing for everybody. Should I do this job for next 5 years, 10 years, or should I try a new thing? If I had to think, that is a great opportunity to think about it. We need to think about what kind of talents I can have for the next 5 years, 10 years. What's the best way to contribute to the world?
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Okay, back to the story we were discussing earlier. OpenAI has warned developers in China it will begin blocking their access to its tools and software from July. That's according to local media reports, suggesting the ChatGPT creators taking a more active stance to bar users from nations where it doesn't offer services. Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos, leading the AI beat, joins me out of DC. This is really interesting because it's kind of an old school tech thing that a lot of the access to OpenAI in China was through VPN, which is what people do to stream things in different places. But give me more details on this story.
Well, what we know, Ed, is that Chinese developers will have this access cut off starting in July, as you mentioned. This really originated through local media reporting, which cited screenshots that had this OpenAI memo to developers saying they were going to have this access removed. OpenAI has now confirmed the decision to Bloomberg News earlier this morning that it is, in fact, taking, quote, additional steps to block API traffic from regions where we do not support access to OpenAI's services. Now, this is not the first time that China has come against the crosshairs of American tech companies and even regulators here and U.S. officials who believe that China is using this technology for more nefarious purposes. Now, OpenAI really started ratcheting up its own actions against who it believes is bad actors and using its technology perhaps to manipulate public opinion, for example. Remember that report in May, Ed, that said Russia, China, Iran, and Israel were using OpenAI to manipulate public opinion. So you really see these actions really starting to take shape here.
There's two sides to the story, right? There's the use of the technology by malicious actors or unauthorized actors, and also, I think, a data access point. But there's also a competition side of the story, right? You have domestic champions in China like Baidu that are building large language models, big large language models, to support generative AI technology. Give me that side of the story.
Well, they were quick to pounce on the fact that now there's this wide swath of developers who need AI technology to turn to. And so what some of these local reports were saying is that they started appealing to developers and saying, hey, come switch to our tech. Really goes to show that there is this, not just this technology battle, but there's a need to really start ramping up its own internal AI capabilities. This is exactly what lawmakers here in Washington, Ed, are concerned about, that AI is really ramping up their efforts, not just to have AI play a role in its economic capabilities, but military. And so, of course, this isn't just about what consumers have access to, but how it can be used against kind of national security. And this is exactly where we're seeing here in Washington actions on behalf of, for example, the Treasury Department imposing rules to curb investment that would support AI investment in some of these areas, and also, of course, curbs on chip exports. We're really starting to see both of these things really come together.
I think that what they're doing from a technical standpoint, I'm just reiterating what an OpenAI spokesperson told us, is that they are taking additional steps to block API traffic. I still find it astonishing that the origin of this story is people being able to access OpenAI from China through VPN. Just give me a little bit more on what you just said about the DC side of this. You know, Joe Biden, President Biden, has some policy towards restricting Chinese products entering the United States, or tariffs, and the Treasury Department you mentioned as well. Are we expecting a sort of expansion of that activity?
That's a key question. I think if there's one area where lawmakers here in Washington have really come together, it's around the national security argument that China has capabilities in artificial intelligence and it will continue to bolster them. Now, you saw this with TikTok, really the concern that Chinese influence was coming through somehow in TikTok and influencing public opinion here through that tech. But then you look at artificial intelligence and what can be done with drones, for example, really things on the battlefield. This is where a lot of that concern is coming from. And so, of course, you're seeing chip manufacturing as kind of the hallmark example for the Biden administration, really starting to take the lead here. It's all part of this broader strategy to really undercut Beijing's efforts to have AI kind of bolster its military capabilities.
Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos. This is a pretty fast developing story. Grateful for you keeping us honest on it out of Washington, D.C. Thank you. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg Technology.
With ServiceNow, AI can transform your business by helping your people work better. Because when your people work better, everything works better. So, let's get to work.
Idris Elba works here?
Yeah, he's super nice.
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers are even happier.
Another thank you for you.
Thanks.
Those macaroons?
Don't even think about it.
Nope, I'm not thinking about it.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real truck.
Were you worried the wedding would be too much?
Nah. About capital management.
Proxy battle right now, with certain funds actually have already been voted on over the last couple of weeks. What we don't know, and what is a very important thing, you've been very vocal on Twitter usually on how these battles are going. You've been pretty quiet. How have the meetings gone? Have you won anything?
So it's always nice to aspire to break news on a conference like this, and it so happens that the fund that has gotten the most of my attention, which is called Big Z, B-I-G-Z, just had the voting close at 11 o'clock. So I can say preliminarily, I didn't count the votes, but they've announced it, that actually all the Saba nominees, there were 7, got more votes than all of the BlackRock nominees, and 4 of our nominees got more than 2 times as many votes as BlackRock, so more than 2 to 1. And when you win an election by 2 to 1, the voters have spoken. You know, we all know landslide is like 60-40, 58-42. If more than 2/3 voted one way, you know, BlackRock can no longer say that they purport to speak for the shareholder and try to create some divisions. The shareholder has spoken, we won, and the reason that there's been litigation, it's been outward, it's us to them, is because they have put in place election rules that would make Vladimir Putin blush.
So let's step back, big step back. This is one fund you said you were voting for today, but there are 10 funds. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, what is it that you want out of this strategy? These are closed-end funds, so you're locking up, or BlackRock has locked up capital for a longer period of time, forever, right, in many of these funds. So what is it that you're trying to accomplish by targeting them? I understand that you target them when they're trading below their net asset value. You want them to bring investors whole. But what's the end game here? You won at one fund. What else do you want?
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Fed Governor Cook is due to be speaking about the economic outlook at an event hosted by the Economic Club of New York. A text and Q&A both expected.
Funds, you're trapped. Many of these funds have no maturity. They could be around for 100 years, 200 years. And so there are periods where the investors don't want them. And for some reason, there isn't a manager more than BlackRock that the investors don't want. It's something personal. I'm not looking to.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
You have the power, unlike in normal activism, to turn that back into $1, because if you change the fund structure to being an open-ended fund, like an ETF or a mutual fund, or the manager agrees to buy back shares at net asset value, just like Franklin Templeton did this month in 3 energy funds, the investor has a chance to go from 85 to 100. And as you all know, that's not even just 15%, because it's 15 over 85. That's an 18% return. Big Z today is at greater than a 15% discount. And it's a fund that lit its investors' money on fire. Now, I say that, it sounds dramatic. The last 3 years, we've been in more or less a bull market, not for everything, but Big Z has lost more than 50% of its capital from the stock prices going down and from the discounts going up. And so it's lost billions of dollars. And here we have investors resoundingly saying, we want change at the board level. But the part that many of you would be shocked to hear, why I mentioned that quip about Putin, is that they've decided to set election rules such that in order to replace their board, you have to actually get 50% of all the shares. Now in Big Z, preliminarily, they got about 51 to vote, so we would have needed 50 out of 51. Okay, winning 35 to 15 wasn't good enough. And so that kind of math makes it literally impossible, but ironically, it makes it impossible for them to put anyone else on the board, because they would have to go through their own arcane rules. And so as a result, the BlackRock nominees each sit on approximately 70 boards, 70 different boards. How can they do their job at 70 boards? At JP Morgan, each nominee sits on 1 board. It's horrific governance from a firm that's an incredible firm that actually prides itself in raising money to invest in good governance.
Now, I think importantly, as we mentioned, this is one fund that you know the outcome for. Yes, it's a big fund for you to be investing in with a large discount, but what about the rest of them? If you were to be on course to lose, how would you react?
Right.
Do you know anything about those votes?
Right. So I can't announce what's going to happen for the other big funds. Big Z is something like $1.7 billion. It's really large. And that's also why this has captivated the media's attention and also individual investors. There's a lot of money at stake. Going to NAV just a few weeks ago was worth $1.4 billion to mostly mom and pop investors and to our investors, who include mom and pop. We manage money in these very strategies for 3 different state pensions, millions of pensioners. So the results are in limbo, even if we win, because it depends what the judge says. We've taken them to court this year for this election, this election scheme. And last year we did it for a different election scheme, and we won in summary judgment against BlackRock, against Nuveen, and I have a lot of respect for our panelists from the last session from Nuveen. But BlackRock, to be fair, is not the only one, but they are by far the worst. And it's those legal victories that have helped us in order to get good results with other managers who don't want to be on the wrong side of the law. And so that's why this year, I was very proud that we won Institutional Investor Activist of the Year, back-to-back years. And no closed-end fund activist has ever won it before, and we were voted the best activist according to Institutional Investor.
You're no longer just a closed-end fund activist. You're also a closed-end fund manager, given that you've taken over some funds. And those funds are actually not trading at asset value. So how then do you turn around and attack BlackRock when your own funds are trading at a discount?
So firstly, there's 2 measures. Let's say there's how they performed. How much money did investors make or lose? You mentioned there's a lot of BlackRock funds where we went after. There are 10. 9 of them, the last 3 years, have lost investors' money. 9 out of 10. Think about the market we're in, where the S&P is, even where the Russell is. 9 out of 10 are in the red. Our fund that we've been managing for 2.5 years, that fund has actually made quite a bit of money. And in 2022, the first year we managed it, it was ranked #1 out of 257 funds where the motive was income-based funds, and we came in first. So BlackRock can say, well, their fund trades at a discount too.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We expect comments from Fed Governor Cook, who speaks about the economic outlook at the Economic Club of New York. The text and a Q&A are both expected in just under 5 minutes time now.
There were more people that wanted to get out, kind of like, looking at it from capturing that discount, and we did a second tender. So we let investors out of 45%. 45% of the capital exited, and we let them out of NAV. BlackRock is not willing to do anything like that.
One critique I've heard you make is the idea of lowering fees here to attract more investment. But for these funds, they tend to run at higher fees than the ETF structure. Would you consider lowering fees for your own funds?
Right, so our fund that we took over in January, the ticker is SABA, is one of the lowest fee funds in the marketplace. It only charges 75 basis points. The other fund is more normal. It charges right around 1%, but it's also you get what you pay for. I think most investors appreciate that if the fund is going to do interesting things, you mentioned credit derivative wizardry or whatever you said in the beginning, and we are doing really neat things in those funds. We're not just putting together a long portfolio and letting it sit. And so I think our fees are actually very modest. It's not for me to say, it's for the investors to say when you look at what you're getting.
Now, I want to read you BlackRock's statement because, of course, they have fought back. They have not let you just attack their funds. They said that BlackRock and the fund's boards remained focused on delivering value for all shareholders through concrete actions such as increased distributions and discount management programs. SABA is an activist hedge fund looking to arbitrage funds to capture quick profits. This attack is not about government's performance or discounts. It is about executing SABA's well-known playbook, buying controlling positions, and forcing short-term changes that harm retail investors to benefit SABA and its hedge fund investors. What is your response to that? And what do you do after these campaigns?
Yeah. When I sit here and think, throw your best at me, Sonali. Like, they send you a question, just please, give me your toughest question. I'm not here to be, we don't have some friendly arrangement. Ask me anything you want. I fear none of their questions because they're so absurd, okay? When they say that we're using some purported playbook to help investors in the short term, where is the long-term pain of making investors money? Usually when you say you have a short-term motive, there's a long-term consequence. Having the funds have investors have a chance to get out at full value, where is the negative in that? And I'm not going to use my words, okay? ISS, which is independent, okay, which stands to tell the small investor how they should view this kind of rough contest that we're having. Here's what ISS said about this year, okay? The board is deeply entrenched. A direct intervention remains necessary. It is rare to witness a board so brazenly flout the most basic of shareholder rights in furtherance of their own enrichment. I'll read one more. The board actions are so grave that they would warrant adverse vote for incumbents in an uncontested election. What ISS has said is that even if we didn't run against BlackRock, they would have recommended against their nominees. That is literally how bad it is. And I want to just say, BlackRock's an amazing firm. They manage $10.5 trillion by last account. This might be big to us. This might be very big to our investors. This is tiny, small potatoes. And it'll someday be a case study at HBS of a strategy failure, that for $5 billion of action, of buying back funds at a discount, including their own employees who would get to make that money, including their shareholders, that they would say, look, we actually care about you. We're going to treat you the way other managers are treating their shareholders. They wouldn't have this problem on their hands. They have amazing products, but for closed-end funds, they basically have taken the position, no one is going to tell us what to do, and we're willing to do whatever it takes to squash the rights of the shareholder, which is enshrined in the 40 Act. The 40 Act is there, the 1940 Act, the Investment Company Act, is there to protect small investors. They don't need the same protections in ETFs.
So just less than a minute, 10 minutes to go now to expect the... Sorry, excuse me, just less than 1 minute to go now to expect the text release from Fed Cook. So again, at the top of the hour here, 45 seconds.
What is your end game here? Because in addition to, yes, they did support you on the director push, but they did not support you, ISS, that is, to terminate BlackRock as the investment advisor. Is your ultimate end game to take over these funds?
So we've been in, this is not my first rodeo, we've been in about, 80 campaigns. And across 80 campaigns, only 2 times did the end result come that we took it over. In the first case, actually, the manager resigned. They said, we'll stay on as manager until you can find a new manager.
10 seconds.
We don't come into it with that goal. We come into it with the goal of making our investors money, and it turns out all shareholders get to make the same amount of money. They don't have to pay the legal fees that we're paying. And by the way, BlackRock has sent tons of mailers. You saw the Chiron, you saw the graphic. Saba is trying to destroy
Fed Cook says
your
at
fund.
some point that it will be appropriate to cut rates. Current policy is well positioned to respond to the economic outlook. The rise in inflation expectations would imply keeping monetary policy restrictive for longer. Says I'm very attentive to inflation expectations. Timing of any policy adjustment will depend on economic data and its implications for the outlook and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is restrictive. Inflation has slowed, and the labour market tightness has eased. I'm fully committed to the 2% inflation target, and policy would also need to respond to a sharper than expected weakening in the economy and the jobs market. Says risks to achieving inflation and employment goals have moved towards better balance. The job market is tight but not overheated. Says I see 12-month inflation moving sideways for the rest of this year, slowing more sharply next year. I expect a 3 to 6 month inflation rates to move lower on a bumpy path. So progress on inflation has slowed, but I expect the disinflation trend to continue. I lean toward optimism on innovation and productivity, allowing a faster pace of non-inflationary growth. Rising credit card and auto loan delinquencies are not yet concerning, but do bear watching. I expect economic growth to remain near the rate of potential growth, somewhat above 2%. Monthly job gains needed to keep unemployment rate steady likely has doubled to nearly 200,000. So again, the monthly job gains needed to keep the unemployment rate steady have likely doubled to 200,000, Fed Cook says. A financial system not currently positioned to unusually amplify any future shocks.
Personal in the sense that it to me violates, we're so lucky in this business, the amount of money that management firms make. They have $10.5 trillion to do this because they want to trap capital. They're basically blinded
Protect
by
your
this
trades from
long-term
macro
capital
headline
that
risk
cannot be
with
redeemed,
Financial
and
Juice
they
Pro.
want to hold on to it.
Now only
And so
$99 a year for our
like
real-time
a very noble
service.
fight, and we've received, you could just look on Twitter, hundreds and hundreds of positive comments and basically not one negative comment. So I do enjoy the retail coming along for the ride. Yes, in that sense, it's personal.
So, also to be clear, this is an investment strategy. This is a strategy that is meant to return money to shareholders. It's not just on concept. How profitable is it, and how big of a strategy has it become? Has Saba really pivoted from becoming a tail fund to an activist fund?
Well, give me a tail event, and I'll be a tail fund manager again. But we've had what have we had, like 40 straight days of the S&P not going down even 0.75%. It is a big business for us. We own $6 billion of closed-end funds. A full third of them are just this single manager, BlackRock, and many of them we think have good governance. They just are at discounts. We don't have a governance issue. So it is quite a big business for us, and I can't really on this stage speak to the returns, but we have an ETF, for example. The ticker is CEFS. It's been around for more than 7 years, and people can plug in how that did versus the 3 other ETFs that own closed-end funds. It's done very well.
How well?
All right, well, if someone were to plug it into Bloomberg and they put CEFS and then they put the Invesco version or the First Trust version, I think for the last 3 years, and it's held, a lot of it's been in fixed income, which has had a tough time. Those other funds have made between 0 and 2%, and we've made 10%.
So let's broaden out here again, because people have looked at you for credit markets for a long time. When we talk about the closed-end fund strategy, there's a deeper question. It's not really just about closed-end funds. There's a whole push by the private asset industry to push into retail, to push into interval funds, to find new strategies to bring money in. Are all of those funds vulnerable to activists?
So by the laws of depending on the structure, some are, some are not. In the interval fund, generally you only have the right to redeem 5%, so you're getting 5% back per quarter, but you can't, they also invest generally in deeply illiquid assets, so you couldn't just sell Microsoft or IBM and raise the cash. So it is interesting for me, as having been in credit at the forefront of all the innovation that came after 1998 with credit derivatives and synthetic securitization and all of this sort of stuff. And back then, retail investors were deemed unsuitable to own these things. You couldn't own high yield, really, if you were not a qualified investor. And now, whether it's CLO tranches, alphabet soup. And so this has been an amazing boom for the largest asset managers, the amazing managers like an Ares or Apollo that can bring these products, their reputations, and good governance, I should say, because we also see a lot of very good governance. JP Morgan has great governance on their closed-end funds. And we see that there is huge investor demand. The private credit space was a cottage industry a decade ago at less than $250 billion. Now it's $1.5 trillion, and it's growing like gangbusters. So this kind of illiquid credit investing that you're referring to allows the manager to lock up for many years. It's great for their stock price. It may be great for their investors, but we are in a little bit of a zero-sum world. Like, if making loans that are secured, that are safe, that have a lot of asset coverage at 12% or 13% is great for Ares, it probably ain't great for the borrower, especially in this higher for longer world. So just to close on that, just to say, I think people, just even 3 months ago, were really expecting rates to come down and that 13 to go to 12, 11, 10 and really alleviate that pressure. But I think higher for longer, we're headed for some sort of collision course between, if we have that in conjunction with an economic slowdown, we are going to have a default cycle. We are going to see which firms were good at private credit and which were not. Because private credit has been touted as this like amazing thing, almost like NFTs or ChatGPT. I mean, what is private credit? You're making loans to smaller companies. I mean, how is that sexy? No, but it's very sexy for Ares and Apollo, and I look at it like this amazing force that will have hiccups in the years to come.
Now, one more question for you before I let you go is, we have a major catalyst around the corner, that is the U.S. presidential election. As a massive investor in credit, and also as somebody who looks at volatility very closely, what are you thinking about headed into that election cycle and what comes out of it, how to position?
Yeah, so it's coming closer every day, and it warrants our attention. And we'll also, if there's a change in the presidency, you'll have a president that people consider as someone that will be less, will be more unfettered, let's say, and maybe have scores to settle and have views about how to undo things. And so change generally means volatility. So it's really reflexive to think, okay, if Trump is elected, there'll be a lot of volatility. Now, he also is very interested in the stock market going up, which you usually think about in conjunction with lower volatility. So but might the ways he does that, whether it's a new Fed governor, cause some short-term gain for actual long-term pain, where interest rates in the front end come down, but in the back end go up, and certain firms are affected that way. As when I think through that Trump means volatility, the other side of me thinks back to 2017. We had Trump and we had Kim Jong-un, and he was calling him Rocket Man. He was kind of taunting him. And I remember during Rocket Man, it wasn't an Elton John reference, right? At that moment, the VIX hit single digits. The VIX was the all-time, it was at 9. I was crying because I'm a long volatility manager, and the VIX is literally at 9. And so, the Trump presidency is, if it happens, is going to be in many ways unpredictable, so you think there'll be volatility, but let's also remember there was also a lot of economic stability, though maybe because we were in a 0% interest rate world, and now having seen the excess of that and the inflation, maybe we're not going to go back to that world, and there'll be volatility whether Trump is elected or Biden is reelected.
Who's better for the bond market?
Biden.
Why?
Because I think he's less motivated by the stock market and more motivated by what's good for America. On the subject of bonds, I'm not getting that political, just bonds.
We will leave it there. Boaz, thank you so much for taking all our questions. That is Boaz Weinstein of Saba Capital.
I'm Bonnie Quinn, and you've been listening to Saba Capital's Boaz Weinstein at the Bloomberg Invest event. Let's discuss now with Bloomberg's Scilla Brush. So, Scilla, Boaz said a lot of things there. We've been following this sort of battle between Weinstein and BlackRock in some ways. I'm not sure if they'd see it as a David-Goliath battle. Did he say anything that tells us this might move the needle, that BlackRock might actually do something about these closed-end fund managers?
So I think we're right in the middle of a series of elections and meetings, effectively annual meetings of these funds, and some votes have taken place, and we're kind of in this in-between stage where they're preliminary votes. So what he's basically saying is, in one of the funds, one that he has a very large position, in excess of above 20%, that a lot of the votes are going his way. And I think what we need to do is at this point see sort of the final tallies and see who else has voted his way. And why this matters is basically who gets onto the board of the fund, and basically who gets on the board of the fund if he gets his nominees the broader issue will go his direction. So we need to basically wait for the certification and see where the preliminary votes shake out.
He mentioned he's getting a lot of retail support, right? Is he also getting support from the community? Because this is pitting sort of investor against investor, manager against manager in some ways.
It is, and I think judging and seeing how retail votes is actually really pretty difficult in these closed-end funds. Retail often doesn't vote, and that's why sort of seeing how the votes actually shake out is important here. He has a very large position, and of course he's going to vote his way, and it's really important to see who he brings along on his side. Of course, BlackRock, disagrees with him vehemently, as you'd expect, and has, urged shareholders to vote Boas down. And this has become a pretty tense campaign throughout this proxy season.
It is a fascinating one, this ISS urging shareholders to reject Saba Capital's proposals to terminate BlackRock as the investment manager for 4 closed-end funds. But we'll continue to follow the story, and Scilla will as well. So thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Scilla Brush. And of course, don't miss other big names, including Gary Gensler at 2 p.m. from that Bloomberg Invest event. You can watch it all on LiveGo on your Bloomberg. We also, just a few moments ago, got some headlines from Fed Governor Lisa Cook saying that there is a rate cut warranted and it will be appropriate to reduce interest rates, but at some point, that's a direct quote, she added that she expects inflation to improve gradually this year before more rapid progress in 2025. So let's discuss this more now. I'm joined by BondBlock's co-founder and COO, Joanna Gallegos. Thank you so much for joining. Anything new in these Governor Lisa Cook comments?
I don't think there's anything new. I think June and a few weeks ago, we heard some surprising news from the Fed in terms of the way they've reduced their outlooks for both rate cuts this year, going from 3 to 1, and also their approach for the neutral rate in the future. So I think what she's saying is largely aligned with that. It's been 8 consecutive meetings where they've kept rates steady. And even though June was notable, we did just come off of, before June, three or so months of data that told us that inflation was slightly rising. So we need more to see what's next for the summer before we can conclude anything major.
With the right strategy, if rates are coming down, we know they are, and we know, as Governor Cook says, it's going to be at some point, which maybe isn't that helpful. But is the right strategy just to hold on to what you've got right now?
It can be, definitely on the shorter end of treasuries. I think that you want to ride along with stable rates. I mean, at BondBlocks, we do feel that rates are going to be higher for longer. Even if there is a cut in 2024, we're not expecting deep cuts or multiple cuts in 2024. So, riding along with stable rates and higher for longer means you can be, on the short side earning 5% in treasuries right now. But what we think is more interesting and compelling is to take a look and remember, and everyone has this story every day, growth has been resilient and company fundamentals have been resilient over 6 quarters, over 2 years since 2022. So really the backdrop of this for corporations means they're able to cover their interest rate ratios, they are able to support their bonds. So we like people thinking about higher spread products even into high yield and corporate debt.
We heard Saba Capital's Boas Weinstein talking about volatility and how it was, crazy low during the Trump era. And just recently, we've had some volatility in the bond market. Not the last few days. It's been exceedingly quiet the last few days. But the MOVE index has been way outperforming, let's say, the VIX for a long time. Do you see that continuing, or do we know now? Have we more of a signpost of what the bond market is going to do?
Yeah, even despite the rally from the last few weeks, year to date, most sectors in fixed income are going to underperform a bit. So that would be on the long-dated treasuries, long-dated corporates, even in the Barclays Ag. So I think there's more to come here. I don't think that means that we're going to see a lot of rebound because we haven't really seen, and we're expecting more of a softer landing towards the end of the year in the economy. And if that happens, as we at BondBlocks believe, the rates are going to be higher for longer, and you will see some moderate growth, but you won't be a runaway rally.
All right, Joanna, thank you so much for joining us. We have as well a 2-year auction at 1 p.m. We'll bring you those results. That is BondBlocks co-founder Joanna Gallegos joining us. Back now to Bloomberg Invest. Todd Bowley is planning to create a new firm with at least $65 billion in assets in the next year that combines a number of his businesses at Eldridge Industries. He spoke with Bloomberg's Shanali Basak earlier today about opportunities in credit.
I don't think that the boom in private credit all of a sudden suggests that private credit is bad asset class, right? We're seeing a general debanking going on, and the credit sources are transitioning, into, frankly, less levered holders, right? So if you look at the BDCs, right, the BDCs are a lot less levered than banks. So I think it's a lot safer for systems that are moving credit into lower levered institutions than traditionally where they were formed. But we think there's a big opportunity in credit. And what we want to do is just be all things credit, in partnership with our insurance company.
I want to talk more about credit for a moment, but really recently in the market, it was very widely reported that you were looking at buying a fairly sizable private credit firm out of Europe. That firm, we've reported, has gone off to seek potentially a management buyout instead. What does this say about your ambition to consolidate the asset management industry? Are you looking at more private credit firms? How large would you make of an acquisition?
Well, I think if you look out there again, there's a lot of these businesses that are somewhere, let's call it between 30 and 50 billion of AUM. And they're trying to figure out what's their growth strategy. And I think in partnership with an insurance company that's growing, scaling, and is reinvesting its capital into that growth, there's a lot of opportunity, because the insurance company, as it grows, the asset manager grows, right? So you get the benefit of the scale of the insurance company generating more spread-related earnings, and then you get the benefit of the asset management growing and generating more fee-related earnings. So it's this great combination where through kind of $1 of equity capital, you get two benefits.
So this will anchor, I think, a lot of our discussions throughout the day here. It's a really interesting environment for credit. Interest rates, even if you believe that you'll get one rate cut this year, they're higher than they've been in the last decade. What kinds of opportunities is it creating for you in the credit market more broadly?
So I think there's a couple places that are very interesting right now. I think real estate credit is a good place to be, because I think you see regional banks are pulling back. And I think the value of real estate has it stalled out a little bit. So you're going to have to be in a position where you need to refinance these loans, and with SOFR where it is, you're making kind of 9, 10, 11, 12%, on an unlevered basis. So I think those are really good rates of return. We see opportunistic examples, like, for example, we bought $1 billion of loans out of PacWest Bank. When the regional bank tremor occurred, the banks were trying to figure out how do we fortify ourselves, and therefore they're selling assets. And generally the way that works is they sell their best stuff first. So we were able to buy $1 billion of loans out of PacWest, and already roughly 20% of those loans have already refied themselves out. So it was a good opportunity to be well placed and to be able to move quickly. I think another place that we're excited about is this world where there's a bunch of these kind of growing disruptive tech firms that maybe raised money in 2021 or 2022, and they're going to need some growth capital. There's clearly value in the firms based on the fact that other businesses would love to buy them, because I think one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses. So real estate credit, kind of structured credit, and growing disruptive tech firms, and then opportunistic credit, because there's definitely going to be some things that go wrong. So to be in a position to be able to move quickly. You know, we're working on one right now where we're buying senior secured debt at 50 cents on the dollar and taking control of a position.
What goes wrong? If you think about the next 6 to 12 months, there's a lot of concern that these prolonged interest rates will start to create serious cracks in the market. Where are you starting to see them?
Well, there are definitely places where, you know, there's been, I think, if you look at the liability management exercises that are going on, you know, there's been something like 30 or 35 of them. And 14 or so have been kind of what we'll call repeat offenders, where the borrowers have already done a liability management exercise, so they didn't end up kind of solving their problem. They just kind of kicked the can down the road. So I think it's specific to industry, right? If you go back and you look at defaults ripple through industry, right? So generally there's something going on in an industry. So defaults generally spike, you know, in an industry. You know, I think everyone obviously talks about the real estate stuff. I've never found that anyone has been able to predict the thing that's been the problem, right? Generally, the thing that is the problem is a surprise. So, you know, I think we're going to see this sort itself out would be what I would bet. But obviously, you know, I think we're also living in a world where, you know, a 4.25, 10-year people think is high. If you go back and look at time, you know, a 10-year at 4.25 is not high, right? So I think we'll see over time the front end of the curve come down, and you know the back end of the curve will kind of stay where it is. But I just don't see that, you know, the higher for longer, you know, is necessarily going to be the thing that you know crushes us.
Todd Bowley there. Well, still ahead, Paramount is raising prices to boost profits and cut costs as the streaming wars heat up. We'll discuss. This is Bloomberg.
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers are even happier.
Another thank you for you.
Those macaroons?
Don't even think about it.
Nope, I'm not thinking about it.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
ExxonMobil can help. We're working on solutions for our business.
That can also help businesses like yours. Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Building a home, throwing in a line, and finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories, and bring your truck to life. Real truck.
Factory, and I said, I want to go in the night shift. And they said, no, we don't put women in the night shift. I said, how will I be a successful production manager or personal manager of a factory if I never went into a night shift and knew how a third of my people worked? So in some ways it has fueled some of my determination. It's fueled some of my, okay, I'm going to show this is possible, a sense of I'm going to go get on and do it. It also gives me courage because I feel sometimes I'm not just doing it for me, I'm doing it for everyone else who comes after me. And I always tell women who ask me for advice saying, put your hand up for the most difficult job. Put your hand up for things that are challenging. You know, go in there and lean into things that are difficult, that are challenging, because that's what gives you the greatest credibility, respect, reputation.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Vonnie Quinn. Time now for our stock of the hour. We're watching shares of streaming stocks. Paramount raising the prices of its streaming service by at least $1 per month, and that's starting in August. Goldman, too, reinstating its coverage of some media companies, and it's giving Paramount a sell rating. Bloomberg's Chris Palmieri covers all things entertainment. So that makes now 13 sells for Paramount. Should Shari Redstone have taken the deal, Chris? Was it a mistake?
Yeah, she should have been a seller. Well, time will tell, right? She obviously felt this wasn't the right deal for her when she turned down the offer from David Ellison. It certainly was a controversial one. But there's such flux in the media land now, and it's really separating between the winners and the losers. Netflix, Disney, appear to be the winners. Companies like Paramount and Warner Brothers still struggling with their debt load and trying to get traction in streaming.
To that point, it's an ad-free Paramount Plus with Showtime, which is increasing its price by $1 in August to $12.99 a month, which is pretty hefty, and even increasing its more basic service to $7.99 a month. That's $2 for the more basic service. Will customers pay it, Chris?
That's a 16% increase, by the way, on the ad-supported one. This is getting up there now. Paramount said its prices were, competitive with the market, but the thing is, everybody's been raising their prices, and it's really a test of how many services people will stick with. We're already seeing this as a business with a lot of churn. People watch a few shows that they want to watch and then cancel and move on to the next service. And these kind of price increases aren't going to help that. Now, this is clearly about getting Paramount Plus to profitability. It's just about the least profitable of the big services now, and that's really a big focus for them.
Yeah, and it does appear that shareholders are very upset as well. John Rogers basically saying, look, we're in a catch-22 situation. There isn't really anything we can do. Chris, thank you so much. We'll continue to follow these stories. That's Bloomberg's Chris Palmieri. Paramount itself down more than 2%. In a day when we are seeing the market take a breather, I don't want to say rally big,
Cook says there are challenges measuring housing inflation.
Is back up more than 4%. At one point, it hit 5% of an increase. And we are seeing the major indices, particularly the NASDAQ 100, back up 1% after several days of declines. We also have that bond auction coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern, a 2-year auction. We'll see how that goes. But in anticipation of that, we're seeing bonds really just in a range. The 10-year yield 4.2554, the 2-year yield for.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
And Fed's Cook says it is defensible to include owners' equivalents rents in CPI.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers are even happier.
Another thank you for you.
Thanks.
Those macaroons?
Don't even think about it.
Nope, I'm not thinking about it.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
ExxonMobil can help.
We're working on solutions for our business.
That can also help businesses like yours. Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Building a home, throwing in a line.
Fed's Cook says there has been a long-standing shortage of housing.
Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories and bring your truck to life. Real truck.
It's back as the operating environment around us stabilizes.
We made the decision early on that we were only going to invest internally on key differentiating technologies, and clearly the powertrain is the key differentiating technology. So our investment is a recurring investment with respect to the powertrain team, the battery team, which is part of it, the engine team, electric engine team, which is part of it. And we also have a lot of non-recurring costs with the other components because we're not developing those internally. We're using the existing aerospace defense supplier base for most of the other components.
We invest a lot in the offices, that you feel home, that you can actually be at your best yourself, and people work very differently. We take a lot of input from the sports world, actually, the athlete spirit, right? Building a sports team that can perform at the best, but also talking a lot about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities head-on. It's very important to have a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
You need to have an AI game plan. We used to say that every company needs to think about becoming a software company. Now we say that every company needs to become an intelligent software company.
Context changes everything.
Fed's Cook says the Fed is watching the unemployment rate, but it's still at a low level.
This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Bonnie Quinn. Let's get a check on those markets now, where we are seeing at least a bit of a breather today after some definite selling at the beginning of this week and the end of last week. The S&P 500, as you can see, though, up about 0.2%. Not all of the sectors are higher. In fact, very many of them are lower. We're thanking the semiconductors for a lot of this move. And as you can see, we're also seeing the SOX index increase. That's partially because it is the semiconductors that are moving. So NVDA, for example, up 5.5%. And then just take another one or two of those stock companies, or at least AI-related companies. You can see they're not all moving.
Fed's Cook says the Fed has the tools to adjust if there's unexpected shifts in unemployment.
That is up today, but it's only up, if I can put only in quotation marks, by about 3%. And then some of the other areas that are moving higher, well, it's the cruise stocks, right? Carnival, Norwegian, they're also seeing some gains after a pretty big sell-off when we got monthly data just a couple of weeks ago. Well, today we had a bright outlook from Carnival, and that stock is up almost 8%. But do keep an eye on this market, because we could be in for a reversal towards the end of the day in some of these sectors. We'll have to wait and see. And for a closer look at equities now, let's bring in Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
Well, honey, we may have the indexes at a surface level taking a bit of a breather today, but over the last couple of years, that's not the case at all. We're up this year, we're up last year. Of course, 2022 was difficult, but over the last 5 years...
And Fed's Cook says there is ample evidence that monetary policy is restrictive.
Stocks, a real risk-on rally. The S&P 500 up 87%. Take a look at the NASDAQ 100, though, up 159%. SOX, the chip index, really outperforming, up 290%. And then you were mentioning NVIDIA, a rebound today from that brief correction. We'll take a look at these gains over the last 5 years, up nearly 3,200%. Some of that, of course, was initially the Bitcoin excitement, and now more recently the AI. Now, given the degree of these gains, one big question is, are we going to continue to see a robust bull market rally, or are we going to see some kind of a pause, consolidation, or at some point are we going to see a real rolling over? Let's take a look at a really interesting chart here. This is the NASDAQ 100 relative to the NASDAQ 100 equal weighted index, something that we really don't take a look at very often. And usually we don't we don't draw a trend on the top of a chart, a resistance, but because the buying of the NASDAQ 100, in particular some of those big names, Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, so on and so forth, relative to the other names within that index, we are doing that. And you can see that there's very defined resistance over the last 10 years or so. In 2020, we briefly went over it. Same deal at the end of 2021. In 2022, on that correction, we went below. But now take a look at this parabolic move up and out of this ratio, Vonnie. It really begs the question of how much further can we see the NVIDIAs, the Apples, and the Microsofts go higher? Or when is more likely the real question, when are we going to see a return to the mean, and will we be going dramatically below it? Interesting times ahead, potentially.
So many open questions, right, Abigail? I wouldn't want to have to answer them for a living. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle there is staying with us as we look at what's ahead for the markets this year. And joining us now is Samantha Leduc, founder and CEO of Leduc Trading, which focuses on global stock market analysis. So, Samantha, you must get these questions all the time. Will there be a reversion to the mean? Is this time different?
Right now, we're having profit taking, and it is due. But I still think we have a bullish market backdrop. For the most part, options expiration, which ended last Friday, kind of suppresses volatility. And then we have the end of the quarter, or I should say we are into the end of the quarter this week. So it is very extended, this AI tech ecosystem of stocks. There's no question. So they are having some pullbacks, some I would call profit taking. You also noted in Bloomberg, the terminal, that you've got Dell doing some CEO doing some very large insider selling, with Avgo CEO also 25% position. Now, keep in mind, that's not necessarily a top call. They did the same back in 2019, and the market, the stocks continued to quadruple from there. But the point is, they're taking some chips off. And We're going into a blackout period for earnings coming up in a few weeks where 80-90% of those buyers are going to be on hold. And then you kind of add the Treasury right now, TGA, which is a Treasury General Account, is kind of on its low for liquidity. Put lots of stuff together. You've got that end of month, end of quarter profit taking on very extended AI tech stocks that were due a little pause.
Yeah, and you mentioned Broadcom there. It's down about 0.6%. So how much of this move is related to yields, Samantha? Because we do see that quite frequently. We see, if yields are repricing because of some Fed comments, we do see a move in the market. Is any of that due to potentially, the idea that the Fed might be changing its mind on when it will move?
I definitely think there's an underpinning right now where the macro backdrop is getting a little concerned, not just with this euphoria in the AI tech space. Forward earnings have been very robust, and that's also feeding, on a baseline bet that the economy is growing, and therefore earnings will grow. Jobs have not percolated to a danger level of unemployment where the Fed would have to intervene, but we are absolutely basing and starting to head higher in unemployment claims. So basically, the Fed has really this pause mandate, and yet other central banks globally have started to cut. So this is the big question. Are they cutting just kind of political expediency, or are they sensing that there is a reduction in global demand of credit? And that's typically kind of a precursor to why a central bank will begin a Fed cutting regime, is if they start to see that global demand of credit roll over. So we're going to really need to watch banks this earnings season to see how they're performing on credit, on lending, on their net interest margin, to see if we do have some signs of more bearishness or concern to this market advance.
Really interesting points there on global credit and the possibility that the overall picture is tightening, given the fact that other central banks are cutting. So given that, when the Fed does cut next, knowing that we do need more color from some of the other banks, but if you were to guess right now, based on all of the different macro points and the cross-asset class studies that you do you think that the Fed will see the next cut or a couple of cuts, if they were to come, as true accommodation because they are needed to support a sagging economy?
So I think we will really get a tell if the yield, the 10-year yield drops below 4.2%, which is, by the way, short-term bullish for equities. It also kind of loosens up the frozen housing market, but it would also indicate that we have more global demand of credit falling, and that would I think, spur at least accommodation talk at the next July meeting, and potentially a move sooner than what is priced in, which has been, by the Fed's own admission, Waller and Powell and others, end of this year, beginning of next year. So most are focused on that narrative of Fed rate cuts have been priced out in time. I think we're actually going to start to pull that forward after this summer, and we can go down and break that 4%, that 4.2% for the 10-year.
Yep.
As the unemployment is starting to percolate higher into 4.2% unemployment.
So that would be a real shift in narrative if all of a sudden the Fed is talking about accommodation as opposed to just these cuts that people are thinking about after inflation spiking high. Samantha, that chart I was taking a look at, that is from you. Wonderful chart, really shows how overextended things are relative to some of these big tech names, the AI craze, the weighting to those names. And when I put that against the backdrop of the possibility of global credit,
Fed's Cook says it will be a challenge to push productivity beyond the long-term average.
You also watch margin. So talk to us about the other key tells in terms of whether or not that we're going to see a big rollover, as that chart suggests at some point is likely.
Well, right now, the bullish backdrop is that we're in an election
Protect
year.
your trades
so
from
really,
macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Impact from the higher for longer. And typically, by the way, it starts to bite about 18 months later. So I think margin debt, as it relates to a tell, is typically rolling over when we have more confidence that the economy is decelerating. And right now, I mean, we're going to get GDP for Q1 on Thursday. probably 1.3. So we have still slow growth backdrop. But when margin debt typically rolls over, it is a sign that folks are selling things. So the fundamentals start to matter a lot more. Right now, I think the concentration risk in AI tech has really helped disguise or camouflage the weakness in the market. I mean,
Check 1, 2, mic check.
caps to SPY, relatively speaking, are below 2009 lows. Transports relative to SPY as a ratio are below 2004 lows.
That's right there, Oda Nabunga. There's some talk today that the bond market is fine. Saw something on Bloomberg about that. That's right, bright red blood. I mean, it all looks like, I mean, none of this looks bearish. I just walked around the market. And just looks like rotation. Just looks like bullshit rotation stuff. End of quarter. Just rotation stuff. Like some stuff's getting bought. You can see volume coming into some tickers. Some tickers look like they're going to go down. You know what I wanted to take a look at was, well, you can see what's turning up and what's turning down. It's fairly, as I go through these tickers that you guys are saying too, you can kind of see it. Just rotation crap going on right now. It just looks like machinations of what to expect. So it's not necessarily Bear Town. I wanted to take a look at, we were talking about Target earlier this morning, I think. And Fortune 500 companies. I just saw that article about Walmart. Let's have a look, see here. So Walmart getting blasted down to its daily trigger. But it's had some nice movement, right? Traded from $60 up to $69, back down to its daily trigger. Did you guys see the article on Reddit this morning? Did you guys see the article about Walmart saying that they're going to do electronic or digital pricing? Let me see if I can read some of this to you about this. Where did I see this? Walmart is replacing. Dude, I need a. Walmart trading 67.19 off a high of 69.05. An article came out this morning saying Walmart is replacing price labels with digital screens, but the company swears it won't use it for surge pricing. I need like a little old lady. I need like an 80-year-old lady to come live with me. Scratch my back and stuff. Like some little old like Russian lady or something.
US stocks extending their fall with the Dow Jones.
She can come sleep in my bed with me too if she wants. Do the other things my wife won't do for me. That's a lot of stuff. Olga. Yeah, I need Olga. A babushka, exactly. I'll let it slide. She can sleep in my bed with me. Let's go get a bigger bed. Let her sleep on one side. So, this Walmart thing is saying the company swears it won't use it for surge pricing. It reminds me of the Amazon thing, right? Amazon stores that were AI, which was what? not artificial intelligence. It was actual Indians. The AI stood for actual Indians and not artificial intelligence. But this looks like a version of that. Someone made a really nice comment. They said they danced around. I'm getting Pinky Swear vibes. They danced around the update frequency in the article. I can imagine in the future them saying changing the prices daily isn't surge pricing. I can foresee them implementing pricing trends based on day of the week of the month, etc., to incentivize customers to shop. Even if customers only shop products at their low point, it still incentivizes them to frequent the store more often to capitalize on the price trends, giving them a greater chance to upsell consumers, and customers who can't be bothered to capitalize on price trends will pay the higher price for products out of convenience. There's something else with this, too, which is that I think, don't quote me on this, but I think I've often found Walmart pricing online is cheaper than in the store. And if your phone does not connect to their internet, when you enter their store, your pricing is cheaper. So you'll see a cheaper price before you arrive at the store. And then your first time at the store, it'll ask you I know that it used to do this. You would go there and it would ask if you want to join their network, the Walmart network, right? You want to be on their network when you're inside the store so you can only see their pricing or what they want you to see. Now, if you don't join their network, you get prompted when you go there. Years ago, they started prompting people to join their network when they were in the store. Now, down here, we talked in the brief last night about trying to get a lower price into Tuesday, wherever that lower price is. Last night, we were saying, it looks like we're done yesterday, but maybe just one more hammer down in price, right? Rotation, right? Rotation trade. Not necessarily bearish, just trying to get a better price. Now, this Walmart report seems good for Walmart. If you're able to do surge pricing at Walmart stores, you could kill it just by creating that need and demand to go to Walmart more frequently that you may already do. I just went to Walmart recently for the first time in a long time. I don't go there anymore. It's kind of a weird thing. I do most of my shopping online now. Here and there, I'll buy stuff from Walmart online, or I'll buy stuff from Amazon online or eBay. Yeah, that's right. Come back down in there. We've got a 2-year note auction coming up here in just a few minutes. 13 minutes. Rechecking the low right now. Sweep the legs, right? Here's the low from 4 p.m. on Monday. Coming to check that low right now. This is the Tuesday, Wednesday thing I was talking to you about tomorrow. But you would expect this on the open tomorrow, like opening bell, slam down to the low, whatever today's low is, slam down into that low tomorrow. So some kind of similar action today happening already. Looking for the same kind of action, though, tomorrow. So whatever the buy is on the close today, if it's on a low in the market, I don't think that's the actual. I think you're just going to get torched, reset in pricing. So you may want to wait until Wednesday open to actually buy the market, unless you're in spreads. But I am looking for some spreads down here. So you've got the first target down below 540. Maybe they can blood it down and also blood this last moment into end of day today. Don't know if it happens. It's either going to be a buy above the hourly trigger. Or it's going to be a buy in one of these. We like to call him CaptainJimJames. This doesn't actually have to be that low. It can just be like right here. That CJJ I use call a lot. Hopefully we get it right now, or it's either going to be right now or it's going to be end of the day today, Wednesday, and then we should run this up into end of month and first week, possibly second week. So we'll look for that.
Feds Cook says we know there are problems with commercial real estate. Commercial real estate issues loom larger for smaller banks.
I still want it right now. I want 56.50. I think we can go straight up. No problemo. Even from right here. I'm pretty bulled up. This looks like rotation to me, so this looks like everybody get positioned, and then I think we do blast up into the close. The close of the last trading session, I think, is going to be straight fucking up. Yeah, I do, and I think we need 5,700 too. I think we need 5,700 or close to it to keep that. Even if it happens end of July, I'll take end of July if it's time where it takes us to the end of July to get 5,700. I don't care, but we need that 5,700 to trade 6,000 on a presidential doom trade. We got to talk more about that too at some point. We got presidential election stuff that's important.
It's time now at the top of the hour. The US is due to sell $69 billion in a 2-year note sale.
I want to see that.
4-1. The prior high yield was 4.917%.
So let's find out right now if we get the doom trade or not.
Just note that given the recent decline in yields and limited...
still no new low. Make sure I got that correct down here, by the way.
They see the auction as needing a modest concession from Monday's closing levels in order to be digested smoothly. I'll also make note of the latest CFTC positioning data. This shows that speculators were net short 1.3 million 2-year note futures, a possible source of covering demand.
So on number one, let's go back real quick to the Walmart thing. Walmart, you figure this, right? You keep a shopper at home on Walmart, and then you're forcing people to spend more at Walmart, spend more time at Walmart for best pricing, which is kind of crazy, right? Not crazy. Just think about it for a minute. Like, you get your normal low prices on Walmart.com, but you don't need to do that anymore. If you have this dynamic pricing in real time in the store, you don't need the lowest price on the internet. You can really start fucking with people. I don't know, your fucking piss bottle costs $10 online and costs $12 in the store. And then they just change the online ad that says, hey, it's $12 or it's $10 online, but for tomorrow it's $8 in store. Round up the family and come on down. And I would think that it's bullish for Walmart. I would expect that it's bullish for Walmart. Now, the presidential election thing, we got to talk about that some more. I didn't really consider this. Not really. In my mind, I really didn't consider it. Bloomberg put out a piece about the betting sites, all the betting sites saying that there's going to be a Republican sweep come end of year. And I had some fear of it until I heard Trump's tax plan. But people are dumb as fuck. Like, a person's not dumb, but people are dumb as fuck. And I'm going to tell you right now, like, if you get that voter in that, and if you get that voter, right? We got that voter in the 80s.
Pay attention to the distribution of Fed dots over the median.
Hold on a second. I swear to fuck, I'm about to cut my hair off. I'm like right at this place where I want to cut. It's so fucking hot. I'm outside sweating my balls off. Like, I put up in the fucking man bun. It's like getting unmanageable. Hangs down to my ass crack. When I let it all flow. But it's like little strands of hair just like whipping up in my face because I got the fans blowing, keeping everything cool for the summer. There's a real fear, like, I'm going to tell you why what the fear is here. If it's true. You get that voter out there that actually votes. So you need the kids to vote. If you're a Democrat, you need the kids to vote. You need the old Dems to vote. You need everybody to vote for Biden. Even if the Senate, by the way, this is Wall Street hat. So you really want Biden to win if you're going to get a Republican wave, so that there's gridlock in D.C. Right now, you're not going to believe this or want to hear this, but Biden is perceived as Trump light. Their policies are not that far away from each other. If you look at their actual policies, they're not that far away. There are some differences, but not. Biden is like a peace offering. You know, like get rid of Trump, you can have Biden. We'll give you Biden or something like that. Wall Street loves gridlock. They don't mind Biden as president, Republican Senate. They don't mind Trump as president, Democratic Senate. They really like gridlock. The more gridlock, the better for the market. And that's because it leaves the market alone to do what it wants to do within the rules that are made for Wall Street. Whenever you have like a wave, all Dems, all Republicans, doesn't matter. Usually doesn't hold well for Wall Street.
In 5 minutes time.
The reason being is it brings in uncertainty by policies passing.
The prior bid to cover 2.41, prior high yield 4.917%.
That can be good or bad. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Just it brings volatility to the marketplace because there's unknowns to the marketplace. You can't plan well.
Auction results
when
a couple of minutes after this,
and when everything's in line. You get like the House of Reps proposing bills. You got the Republicans passing this and passing that. You got the stamp of approval from a president. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat. Doesn't matter if it's a Republican. I didn't put too much thought into it until a few weeks ago. I got kind of antsy about it, and then I was like, I read Trump's plan. It's the same bullshit as Biden. It's just a different way of saying it or doing it. But you know, if you lose all of these, if those voters don't show up, if those Democrat voters don't show up, or they somehow perceive, or the real voters that come out that actually vote in a midterm election, which we have lowered voter turnout typically in a midterm election, and you get that sweep of the House, of the Senate, of the presidency, it could lend some real volatility in our markets. So let me know what you think about this. No, you know, it really isn't. It really isn't immigration either. They're both kind of tough on immigration. I know you're fed that they're not, but they are. They're not that far. If you stand back with a more objective lens, they really are not that far away from each other. And nobody wants to hear that. Republican doesn't want to hear that. A Democrat doesn't want to hear that. But at least from Wall Street's perspective, they're not that far away from each other. And it's hard to put that hat on. So anyways, consider that in your plans for end of year. Let me know what your thoughts are on this. If you were to get a sweep of Trump and a sweep of the House and the Senate, do you think that bodes well for our stock market in November or December? Do you think that it's good or bad for the marketplace? I don't think that it's good. I think it's bad for our market. I would think that a sweep by Dems would be bad for the market too. Gridlock is the game. Usually that's the game. Let me know if you think it's bad or good if there's a sweep. There's gridlock right now. There's great gridlock. We've got pretty good gridlock right now. You guys have to look at this from the Wall Street's perspective, not from your political machinations. It's hard to do. It's not an easy thing to do. Look at things very objectively. There's a lot of gridlock right now in our system. A whole ton of it. Whole ton of it. I'm gonna have to go back and look. I'm gonna have to go back and check what we did. We had something like this happen in '92, I think. '92? Could be wrong. I think it was 1992. We had a Republican wave, and then I think we had one in 1980. I'd have to look at both of them, what their impacts were in the market.
The US 2-year note sale. The Treasury's pre-sale when issued yield is due at the top of the hour.
Yeah, you can. I'm not going to argue with you guys about it here. There's no point. But I do want to know what your thoughts are on a Republican sweep, the implications it would have in the market. I just want to have every base covered. I'll be honest with you guys. I really don't have a particular outcome in mind. Like I want to see this or I want to see that. I want to know if there's a Republican sweep, what's the impact on the market? That's really what I care about. Yeah, I want to know if we're going to go up or not, or if that roll happens.
Treasury when issued 2-year yield 4.706% before the $69 billion auction.
Yeah, gridlock is good. Gridlock is good. They'll tell you too. They'll know the night of the election if we're in gridlock or not.
Stay up to date.
They usually tell you right up front. You can hear it. You can hear it like the day of the election or the more. Usually like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. You'll hear it from Wall Street. They'll tell you.
Service for
they tell you right away.
92%.
They'll tell you right away if we're in gridlock or not. And of course, people argue about it. But that's to be left for your politics. Here comes the numbers right now. 101. I like that Walmart news, by the way. The Walmart news is fascinating. Two-year note auction prior was 4.917. 4.917. I think that would be the fly in the ointment. If there was a fly in the ointment for this election, would be a Republican sweep, even a Democratic sweep. I don't think it would matter. If there was a Democratic sweep or Republican sweep, it could lend serious changes. Or not changes. It could lend serious changes that would impact the stock market.
Bid cover ratio 2.75, 2.75. High yield 4.706%, 4.706%. The US sells $69 billion in 2-year notes and awards 53.94% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 13.48%, direct 20.93%, and indirect 65.58%.
Prior was 4.917. This one's 4.7. .706%. Bid to cover was 2.75. No forecast. The prior was 2.410. I'm still not sure it makes a lot of sense to say that they're the same. One of them is fine with dictatorship, and the other one is trying to vote it. Yeah, that's still your politics talking. I'll be honest with you guys. I have no want to discuss politics with you guys here anymore. You guys can tell each other, drink whatever fucking Kool-Aid you want. Sorry. Your parties can tell you whatever you want. All I care about is the impact on the market. And say anything you want. I don't care. The only thing I care about is if there's a Republican sweep, the impact on the stock market. As far as the market is concerned, they're the same. Trump light. Biden is your Trump light. I know that makes you angry. Trying to win a vote on a stream. Don't bother with me here. You can do that on your own. I'll bring it up for you. Here, I'll just bring it up for you right now and post it for you. Piss you off in stream. Hold on a second here. And I realize there's all kinds of like talk and gnarly. I know June, like there was June 6th, all that crazy shit. But I didn't realize that Trump wants to be that or whatever. But like if you look at their records, it's just so similar. There's no like massive difference. Like there's that argument that it's like Trump wants to dissolve the nation and turn it into a dictatorship, right? But then you compare their policies and their voting records; they're not that far away from each other. So it's all rhetoric, you know. And it's not that he doesn't want that. I do think that he does want that, but it's just not that far off from each other. They're both like super fucking similar. Like the American taste for difference is really not that different, or at least in voting. Trying to find the article that I read called "Is Biden Trump Light?" It's kind of shocking. I'll be honest, it's kind of shocking when you kind of like take the outside look at it. You're like, God damn, fucking like nothing changes around here. Nothing fundamentally changes. Like our whole system is built upon not a lot of change. Our government, our form of government, everything is like built to grind slowly. You know? Yeah, I'll get it for you guys right now.
At 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from ECB's Nagel, who gives a speech on digitalization in Frankfurt.
I'm looking for it right now. Now you say that shit, it pisses off a Democrat too. Like it rages Democrats because both these guys need different things, right? They got to run on different platforms. You need a wedge between the two of them, like no matter what. So like you got the voting bullshit and you got the Wall Street bullshit. Things that you can swallow with Joe Biden. Now here's one. Here's an article that just came out from Bloomberg. What Biden-Trump rematch means for the U.S. stock market. I'm going to read this to you guys. I'll keep looking for that article that I read. Elections in Mexico and India and Europe have set off upheavals in global stock markets this year. In the U.S., investors contending with uncertainty related to inflation, interest rates, and geopolitics are already bracing for volatility that could accompany the presidential campaign and November election. But while markets tend to hate uncertainty and volatility can raise risks, history and other factors suggest that it's by no means certain that even a nail-biting close contest will be bad for equities. The two candidates, President Joe Biden and presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump, will face off in this cycle's first presidential debate on Thursday, the 27th. What data about election years shows? Election years have generally been good for the U.S. stock market. The S&P 500 index has risen in almost every election year since 1960. The exceptions were the years 2000 and 2008, which were marred by the dot-com bust and the great financial crisis, respectively. The record looks even better for recent election cycles. In the 3 election years since 2008 to 2012, 2016, 2020, the benchmark index rose at least 10%. Taking a narrower view and focusing on just the last 7 months of an election year gives a similar picture. Since 1950, the S&P 500 has risen in that time frame for 16 out of 18 presidential elections, according to data and analysis from the Stock Traders Almanac. One down year was the year 2000, when the outcome was delayed for 36 days. The other was 2008. That said, there's such a thing as too much uncertainty. Market pundits have already started to warn that this election may remain too close to call until the very last minute. And there are chances, albeit small, that a decision may not be clear days after the election. They point to the possibility of a contested or close election result, as well as the ongoing adoption by vote by mail, where counting takes longer than machine votes. During the 2000 Florida election recount battle, the S&P 500 lost more than 4%. Yields on 10-year Treasury notes fell 52 basis points, and gold prices jumped as investors piled into haven assets. The possibility that the election may end in a protracted dispute or worse, political violence, is one that investors are grappling with as well. Markets are expected to struggle if such a situation arises, especially if it also means uncertainty for the final result. And that leads back to the Trump presidency, right? What kind of volatility does he bring to the election? And if he's elected, if he's not elected, if he loses the election, do you get any of that fucking bullshit from MAGA? You know, we're going to storm this and storm that and Civil War talk and all that other bullshit they talk about doing. What the fear index is saying, any major event that can affect the economy and disrupt markets can lead to trading volatility. Elections are no exception. The futures curve of the CBOE volatility index, the VIX, also referred to as Wall Street's fear index, shows that this year traders have already started to prepare for the risk of stock market swings around the November vote. Now, we also know that we are coming into seasonality in volatility. It's still way early. July 3rd, it starts the season, but it doesn't pick up until, I believe, end of October, sometime in that time period. A stance that is usually seen a little later in the year. The reason could be that this election cycle, voters have had some clarity about the main candidates earlier than in typical election years. Meanwhile, Goldman Sachs has advised that clients who believe an election winner won't be decided for more than 15 days should consider owning the November VIX contracts. So if you out there think that we will have an undecided election, if you think it's going to be too close to count with late ballots, if you think that there's going to be court cases, any of that stuff, you buy the November VIX contracts, which represents implied volatility through mid-December. GS also, no, was it Bloomberg that was also the one that said a lot of the betting sites have Trump winning. That said, strategists at Bank of America have noted that an index gauging policy uncertainty and the VIX itself are at lows, suggesting the market is yet to fully price in a potential rise in political uncertainty into the election. Issues for investors to zero in on: tax, trade, immigration are key issues that investors will be watching closely. I think we've discussed that here in the stream. Just now, someone brought up immigration. I just brought up taxation, right? Or I've been bringing it up the past couple of weeks. Trump has promised to lower the corporate tax rate to 20% from the current rate of 21%. According to people familiar with remarks he's made, he has also vowed to make permanent the Republican sweeping 2017 tax law and urged renewal of key portions of the bill. Meanwhile, reports suggest Democrats are working on plans that will raise taxes on corporations and the rich. Now, just to clarify that on this, you can go to the White House's website and see the fucking plan by Democrats. And there's another note on this too. You can already see there's bias in this article. Trump's plan is low, or the 2017 tax law in stone, keep taxes low for corporations and LLCs, stuff like that. But he also has a tax plan that's going to be coming after you personally, if you're a middle-class person. So he's got his own tax plan that wouldn't raise corporate taxes, but would raise it on you directly. So there's a little bit of bias or a little bit of unspoken truths in this article.
Results of the Federal Reserve
Trade and tariffs have already been in the headlines. Trump has talked about a 10% across-the-board tariff. And that's another big one right there. You put a 10% across-the-board tariff on China, who pays that tax? Who do you think pays that? You have more expensive Chinese goods. You're the person that spends your money at Walmart. You don't buy it for life, right? How many of you think that you do buy it for life? You buy something and you never have to replace it again. Some of you will say, yeah, I do, or I have the money to do that. But most of America, they're not buy it for lifers. They go to Walmart, buy something to hold them over until it breaks, right? Then they replace it. That's right. We do. Most people do. 10% across the board tariff is a direct tax on you. If you make less than $300,000 to $600,000 a year, it's a direct tax on you. And steeper levies on Chinese-made goods. Biden has unveiled sweeping tariff hikes on a range of Chinese imports, including semiconductors, batteries, solar cells, critical minerals, steel, aluminum, and electric vehicles. See this right here? This is going right here. Trump has said that he will simply deport undocumented immigrants. Meanwhile, Biden has shuttered the U.S.-Mexico border to some asylum claims. I don't even need to read that fucking article, do I? U.S.-Mexico border to some asylum claims until the level of crossings there falls substantially. J.P. Morgan has said that any effective efforts to restrict immigration could be a potential driver of inflation if it creates significant labor shortfalls, thereby curbing growth. Let's talk about inflation for a minute, and let's talk about immigration for a minute, because I saw it discussed in the chat here. You can pick up a book anywhere you want, go to college anywhere you want. You can go take a college class, get a degree. If I ever see someone commenting on immigration in public, anywhere, be honest with you guys, if I ever see anyone speaking about immigration on public, right, I can usually tell if they've been to college or not. If they've taken any college level, economics, sociology, you can clearly see it, normally on their stance on immigration. We all know that our immigration policies in this country are kind of fucked. They're kind of fucked up. We did better at bringing in quality labor, quality workforce for higher end stuff, right? Like you got a degree, you got a master's, and we still kind of have that. We still have some leftover garbage from 9/11, stopping H-1B and stuff like that, or the number that can enter this country. But we need both types of workers, or a nation does, as a baseline. You need lots of births. You need babies being born. And you need replacement babies and a mix of immigration. And if you're not going to get one, you need to offset it with more of the other. This is how it applies to economics and a nation's economy and the stock market. Not necessarily what you want. You might want your wages to go up. You might want more jobs than people, so your wages go higher, that kind of stuff. But for an economy to function and continue to grow, that monstrous fraud that you all know of, right? At least from the market's perspective, they want lots of babies, they want baby booms, and they want a lot lax immigration. Where are we at with this? Where are we at in this article here? Trump has said that he will simply deport undocumented immigrants. Meanwhile, Biden has shuttered the U.S.-Mexico border to some asylum claims until level of crossings there fall substantially. J.P. Morgan has said that any effective efforts to restrict immigration could be a potential driver of inflation if it creates significant labor shortfalls, thereby curbing growth. Equity sectors, Biden win would hit or help. Biden's positive stance on clean energy would mean that his reelection would be good news for that entire group, including EV makers as well as EV charging network operators such as ChargePoint Holdings, Beam Global, Blink Charging Company, as well as suppliers and battery makers. There is some argument out there that whatever Biden is doing for this development of minerals and mining and manufacturing of this stuff is too little too late. So that's just a counterpoint to this, that we need way more development than we're actually doing right now. You can see it in just like U.S. Steel was for us in the early 2000s. Solar stocks are expected to do better under Biden as well, including First Solar, Sunrun, Enphase Energy, among others. Cannabis stocks also typically do well under Democrats. And names to watch: Tilray Brands, Canopy Growth, Curaleaf Holdings, as well as the Advisor Shares Pure U.S. Cannabis ETF. Financials may face continued risk given the Biden administration is expected to stay tight on regulations with higher capital requirements for banks like Bank of America Corp., JPM, and Goldman Sachs, and continued pressure on credit card fee income. But also to note on this, banks do very well under raising rates, don't they? We keep rates high. That's a good source of income for banks into that election season if Biden were to win. Do you guys think that Trump would cut rates or no? I think he would cut rates. I think he would try to replace Jerome as well at this point. Drug makers may also face regulatory pressure as the current administration's Inflation Reduction Act has pushed for reduction in drug prices. Equity sectors that Trump win would hit or help. Companies with high revenue exposure to China can face disruption if trade tensions escalate with a Trump win. Some prominent names include chip makers such as NVDA, Broadcom, Qualcomm, material companies such as Air Products and Chemicals Inc., and Celanese Corp. Autos such as Tesla, Borg Warner, industrials like Otis Worldwide Corp. Clean energy and the electric vehicle complex that have benefited and will continue to get a boost from Biden Inflation Reduction Act are expected to face challenges given Trump's has said he will entirely reverse the Biden's EV policy. If Trump rolled back tax credits extended to buyers, companies at risk will include Tesla, Rivian, Lucid, as well as battery makers and parts suppliers. Oil, natural gas, and traditional energy companies will likely benefit from the pro-oil policies in a Trump win, given his vow to roll back restrictions on domestic oil production. Stocks to watch include Baker Hughes, ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, Occidental Petroleum, Williams Company, Halliburton, Devon Energy Corp., Chevron, among others. Defense stocks are expected to do better under a Republican win, given expectations that defense spending will be a clear priority for the party. Stocks to watch include Lockheed Martin Corp., Northrop Grumman, and RTX Corporation. Cryptocurrency, that's kind of funny too, because in the long run, I would suspect that reinvestment in mining and minerals and production in this country would actually help those companies in the long term with a Biden presidency. Cryptocurrency stocks can also benefit under Trump, as the former president has increasingly highlighted Bitcoin and other digital assets on the campaign trail in recent weeks as a way to reach new voters. Stocks to watch include Coinbase, Marathon Digital Holdings, Riot, CleanSpark, MicroStrategy, and Cipher Mining Incorporated. The reference shelf. Strategists at UBS warned that market volatility is set to increase amid uncertainty around the election outcome, as no single result can be considered likely at this point. Goldman Sachs said the toll of potential tariffs on American companies doing business overseas is a key concern from the election. Here are 5 charts that show the national trends ahead of the election are anything but uniform amid contrasting views of the U.S. economy. I'll post that tonight in the brief. I'll show you some of these charts here. Cowen analysts say that a divided government will be the best possible outcome for financial firms, housing, and crypto, as there would be bipartisan legislative and regulatory agreements that could survive future political changes. I'm with Cowen on this one. Crypto may emerge as the primary Trump trade during the current election cycle, with Republican prospects improving, according to Bernstein analysts. So they're saying right now that the divided government is the way forward for the markets, at least. So I will look at that. I'll look at that. What does that Biden if you get Biden in a Democratic House, Democratic Senate, or if you get a Trump with a Republican House and Senate, what the impacts would be on our markets? It seems like, from this article at least, looks like a lot of this hinges on oil and gas and batteries, and some tariff stuff with China. But Biden looks like he's tough on China too. The scope, the tariffs and the taxes, to me right now are both looking the same. Just however they're packaging it, you would need the divided house to crush any change or anything in the status quo on either side of that plan. I guess you'd want to see, from Wall Street's perspective, they'd want to see both Trump and Biden's tax policies, tariff policies crushed. Yeah, you want to crush both of them, what their plans are. Bouncing off of support, no new low right now for the market. It's looking bullish here. See if we can regain the hourly trigger once again. Maybe no new lows at this point. Maybe this is the low, baby. 542. Let's start thinking about taking a trade here for end of month. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I mean, it looks like, I'm trying to wrap my head around it right now. It looks like to me like they want the divided house, or at least the presidency they want divided from the Senate. Maybe not the House. The House maybe doesn't matter as much. The Senate would be better to have a split vote. And then the other key point here would be, if the election is not decided, we could get volatility afterwards. But we had that come up recently. We weren't down the last election, were we? I thought we had some issues in Georgia but it was still close enough that it didn't matter. I guess it would have to be a big indecision, not just one state. I'll have to go back and look. I recall that it didn't matter what that election result was going to be. But I could be wrong in my recollection here. It could be like fucking hindsight vision. Hang tight 1 second here. Do you ever like 0-to-8 spreads? Yeah, I like them. They can pay pretty well, 20-30%. I've traded them in the past. I like them on the suppressed vol days. Yeah, I want to see a sweep of the leg if we can catch it today, but I don't think we're going to get it. This might be the bottom. This could be bottom here. No new low down below. No volatility. We got PCE coming out on Friday. We got the election. Unless they drag this shit out, not the election, but unless they drag this shit out on a Thursday and burn the clock for that. Maybe they keep the vol on until right before the presidential primary. I'm not looking forward to watching that fucking primary, not primary, but the debate between those two. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. So my fear here is that Dems don't show up, and then you get straight ticket pullers. They did that shit in 1980, and it's all about taxes. Oh, it's always fucking taxes. And even that article I just read from Bloomberg kind of like washes over their tax policies and implications on tariffs and stuff like that. Like you drink just the surface Kool-Aid as a voter, like the main line hitters, and you're just like, okay, that's it. That's what I'm doing. I think they both shit on stage. They both probably shit themselves. Too fucking old, man. I'm reading through their policies right now. I'm not seeing too much difference. I'm not seeing too much here. Yeah, you want hot caca or cold caca? Exactly. See if we can get above this hourly trigger here.
Department says Israeli Defense Minister Gallant confirmed to Blinken on Monday that Israel wants a diplomatic resolution regarding tensions in north with Hezbollah.
Should have put a spread on down here. I'm going to set one up. Ball spread. What do we got? July 1st. Probably should talk about that too. 4th of July week. July 5th. $10 days to expiry. 544. Well, 542. 540. 545. Let's start there. That's pretty good. 5-4. It's a time trade though. Max risk 312. Max gain $188. 52% chance of printing. What about a 544? Where are we trading right now? 543? 544. That's a nice trade right there. 544 to 545 trades. $54 pays $46. Just have to be above 545. It's a nice trade right there. 54 for 46. $544 to $550. $260 for $340. Have to trade above $546.90. $546 and change. $546.62. Be profitable. That's a good trade right there. It's a fucking sweet ass trade. $555 into the bell. God damn. That's a nice trade right there. Squeeze this motherfucker up into the goddamn close on the 1st, on the 28th. Have to be above 554.90. It's cutting it kind of close. Well, 554. 349 for 661. Implied move is lower than implied move 10 days from now is that we trade 550. So this is an OTM call spread. 350 pit to pay 650. The nice one I think is 550, 544 and 545. $54 pays $46, but it's a time trade still. No, I'm trying to work my way through Friday's member requests. I'm through almost all of them, about 2/3 of the way through them right now. I got to get back to it, and then I'll go back to taking verbal requests. Some really nice trades here. You can go long dated July 5th, 544 to 545. Long call 544, short call 545. The implied move on SPOOs right now into July 5th is a 1.3% up move in 10 days, not sessions. But coming into the end of this quarter, it's probably mispriced. Probably a high chance of us climbing the wall of worry into end of month. I think 550 is the low end for me. High end, like last few minutes of that closing bell on the 28th, ramp it up 30, 50%, 30 to 50 point move up in the last day. I need to check what's expiring on the end of month. All right, let me work through some of the more of these. You got people request, like second time people are requesting tickers from Verbal. I'm going to try to knock out a few more of these right now. Get these things done. So Walmart, just back to the Walmart trade really quick. Coming back down to check on its daily trigger. Had a low of 66.60. Whatever this announcement is from Walmart, it's likely going to be impactful on their earnings, their next earnings call I would expect, I don't know when this thing happens for when they actually get the pricing in store, but whatever that is likely going to create bank for Walmart. So Walmart, bullish on it. 30-minute trigger right now. It's a little long in the tooth. You can see it right here. It's still a little long in the tooth right here on daily velocity. Little long in the tooth on quarterly. Little, not quite long in the tooth yet in monthly, but weekly is maxing out right now. Why can't you guys see this stuff? Or did it just roll over just then? It's still maxing out right now. So all in all, even though it's cranking, right? Walmart's cranking. Looks like it wants to roll back down and then go higher. At least on a daily basis, got a giant gap down below. Leave this right here. If you get any chance to buy Walmart at $60 to $64, I'd be taking it. I don't know if you'll get left behind on the trade or not. It does look like there's a chance of like sweeping the leg right now. Maybe halfway. But if you get a chance to buy Walmart, come on now, go back there. I have high hopes that it'll trade $100, 75 actually, or 100, based on that happening. That could take 1 or 2 quarters, but I'm pretty bulled up on that Walmart news. Yeah, right there. We'll start right there. Pretty bulled up on that Walmart news. SPY trying to break above right now. No more volatility today. That could be bottom for SPOOs. I was looking for further downside. Not able to get it on that 2-year print. See if we can get above the hourly trigger now and resume the upside move for SPOOs. I think it's the best plan I've heard for Walmart in a long time. That dynamic pricing shit. If they spin that the right way, if they can drag people down to Walmart to shop more frequently, I think it's going to be good for them. Whoever thought that shit up at Walmart, congratulations. Next one we're going to look at here is SG. Sweet green. Pretty bared up on this sticker here. Failure to get a new high or prior high. Probably going to take a lot of work to get above this right here. On the midterm, I'm bared up on it, but I am bullish overall on SG. I'd like to see a pullback to at least $25. Close the gap. And then a trade to $40. You did get a pretty decent tick at $36.85 on this ticker. It looks like it needs to consolidate a little bit. I shouldn't say I'm bearish on it. Pull back to 27, possibly a low to 24 to $27 to attack $40 next on sweet green. more consolidation. We'll write this one in. Well, this is actually a pretty good looking ticker. I like it. SG. Back down right up there. It's got a bear plane on it. SG. Chewy. Chewy is pretty bullish here. Even though it's coming into its monthly trigger and it's sold, I think they might break out now. There is some caution here to take the money on Chewy. It does sell on its monthly trigger. It's like a regular thing over here, but it's getting pretty fucking bulled up down here. See that monthly velo? It might be ready to break out. So Chewy, I am tentatively bullish on for a breakout above its monthly trigger and to really start knocking out some of these upside targets. This is a good breakout candidate. I can see why they don't want it to break out. It's a pretty big fucking squeeze here to $80. You could have some sideways consolidation in this breakout, but it looks ultimately like it wants to go up. Spoo's ready to squeeze. I'm bullish on Chewy here. If there was a chance for it to break out and up, this is it. The one thing I'll say about Chewy is whatever that breakout is, it's likely going to come back down and need the help of the weekly and daily trigger. There's going to be some failure up in here. But I like it. I like it to $50, roughly that. 48, 50, somewhere in there. Then some work will need to take place in this $29 to $50 range. Because you got a giant fucking squeeze above to $80. Ultimately, the price target on Chewy, $80. I like Chewy. This is a very good ticker right now. I hope that it needs to hold, by the way. It needs to hold $22 to remain bullish. It's in a nice uptrend. Chewy, bullish for this quarter. UPath. Yeah, that's brutal. You know, this UPath is a lot like Chewy. That's the one thing. When you fail that monthly trigger, man, woof, send it to the depths of hell. They want a new low. UPath. Take another stab at it, huh? You know, this is a good warning about Chewy right here. If it fails, right, it bloods really bad. This one got shanked. This one definitely got shanked. It failed that monthly trigger again. It's at $25, but this is its first attempt. This is an earlier Chewy, maybe. So I would say this about UPath. It ain't going to be easy. You're going to need to grind this out. So you probably have to take at least 3 attempts at it. You got your first attempt there. 2, 3, and then you'll have your breakout. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you might get your breakout. That's your 4th, I guess. Nice place to buy, at least. $10, UPath. Unless there's something I don't know. UPath's going to take some work. You need that turning up of the monthly trigger. You're getting it. It's just not quite there just yet. Buy $10 on UPath, unless it breaks $10. Buy $9.76, $10, anywhere in that range. I don't know what its financials are. If you liked UPath at $28, it's trading $11.82 right now. Got spanked. 1 minute trigger crossing the half-an-hour trigger right now for a move higher. Price target to the upside, 545 flat. Why, let me ask you some questions about Path. What do you know about them fundamentally? Why are they trading all over the place like that? Should I bring them up and look? Should I open up the sheet, pull the covers back, and see how ugly it is? It just looks like it's turning. It's turning up. It's going to take time. I mean, this shows 2025 for a turn. 2 or 3 years of turning up. I'm assuming here it's going to take a year for them to come back. CEO is replaced. Old one returned. It's not bad where it is right now. Like $10 seems reasonable. It just seems like it's going to take a while. Financials are pretty good. They just keep lowering forward guidance. Oof. No hedge funds like Path. I mean, this is a daily expectation here. I mean, you're talking about that's a lot of fucking time there for that shit to turn up, isn't it? Oh, there is a fraud class action. That'll do it. That'll do it. Maybe you're not getting up again on Path then. Maybe $10 is not low enough. Anytime you bring fraud in, man. Don't like that. It's like the death killer of a stock. Fraud alert. UPath sued 3 days ago. Oh, fuck no. Forget I even talked about Path. No. UiPath Inc. sued for securities fraud by BFA law. Investors who lost money are reminded to contact the firm about the lawsuit. That's pink shit. That's pinks, man. That's pink slip shit or pink sheets. God damn it. Made materially false, misleading stance concerning the success of IPAS's turnaround strategy. Earnest defendants represented that the company was executing against strategy. We're seeing the results in the deal quality and customer quality. So their strategic investments and innovations, go-to-market ecosystem positions as well for continuing momentum, that there's no doubt there's been better execution since the implementation. Were allegedly materially false and misleading. Sudden departure of fucking CEO Robert Enslin on the same day. Yeah, you can't have this shit around a ticker. Short it into the ground. That's not good. I'm going to tell you guys, like, there's like a few positions. Your CFO, your CEO. There's so much other bullshit that has to be dealt with in the marketplace. That Wall Street wants nothing to do with it. Then zero. They want zero. The CEO's job is not there to, it is there to pump up the stock price, but not illegally and get caught. So if you get caught, the answer is fuck no. Fuck no. You know, the last time that happened with Sam Adams, you know what they did? They fucking took a fucking chainsaw to the ground. Like, these companies pay for that shit. Now, what? I'm not saying it's true, the allegations, but company that small, in that predicament, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about Path anymore. Hood. Just delete all that about Path. That shit doesn't fly. Hood. Looking great as usual. Ben looking great as usual. Hit the upper target right here, $24. Nice job. Good job on Hood. Hood's been bullish for some time now. They've done very well with their bullishness. They're gaining on their monthly velocity. Done outstanding on their weekly velocity.
PM Eastern time.
They got another pump coming out right now. Some new lows on their daily.
Marks at the Midwest Cyber Workshop. Text is expected, but no Q&A.
Here's Hood. You got your tag to the upside. What do we got next for Hood? Next target. 36, 37, 25. There is lower velocity on a weekly basis for Hood. From a bull's perspective, I don't know if you get it now. I'm going to give you 2 counts on Hood. You were lower, though. You were lower than 25. That sucks. I would have liked to have seen 26. Dude, what is going on here? Hood, I would like to see trade at least $30. I would have liked to have seen it break above 25 to trade this $36 target above. The weekly is getting, your velocity is dying on Hood. Be careful of a trap above to the downside on Hood. You basically have until the end of July. Still bullish here, but you also have to hold $20 for the trade to continue to the upside on Hood. I'm going to lower expectations from $36 to $30 by end of July. Hopefully you can capture that trade again into end of year for that target of 36. You're losing momentum to the upside on Hood. McDonald's. They were launching their value meal. Oops, sorry, hold on. McDonald's, we were bearish on it on their earnings report. They came out in their ER and addressed all the concerns that we had.
Expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who gives pre-recorded opening remarks at the Midwest Cyber Workshop. Text is expected, but no Q&A.
They said they wanted to the CEO said they wanted to redress value in the brand. There looks like there's a repricing coming out on McDonald's in general.
With Financial Juice Pro, now only $99 a year for.
They're going back into their value wars again. They're being de-risked in the background. You can see it right here. There's a de-risking going on in McDonald's. I'll just show it to you. You can see it's fairly simple to see. Right there and right there. It's been at risk off for some time. There's a bag holder in here that's unset at the moment. I said maybe expect bad news from McDonald's at some point. This should be a de-risking event. Any bullishness at McDonald's should still continue to get sold, even on this $5 meal menu thing. Still price target down below $212.38. $212.38. We got lower targets too. 174, 171. We got a target of 171 down here. 212.38 with the first one. For any kind of bullishness on McDonald's, would need to see an escape of this 268, 270. And need to see like some kind of like a, push up, back test, daily trigger crosses above the weekly trigger for continuation of the upside on McDonald's. You want to trade that 300, you need to get above this 268, 270. And you need to see some of this consolidation. We're going higher. We have a reason to go higher. Until that happens, there's a de-risking going on in McDonald's in the background on higher frame velocity. Normally something comes out on public. Some kind of bad juju, bad news, that's unknown to the marketplace. We tried the $5 thing. It didn't work. We're closing down, I don't know, fucking half our stores. Something unknown to the marketplace. $2:08 in the afternoon right now. Trying to see if buyers can jump in on the new hour and get us higher. No clear winner at this point. This could be market bottom. I was looking for more downside into the close today. That's not happening. Was expecting 26th, which is tomorrow on Wednesday. Maybe we see one more pullback tomorrow. But this looks like bottom at this point. McDonald's. Done. Still bearish. SBSW. SBSW giving up the entire COVID trade. Looks like a triple bottom, double bottom. 1 second here. SBSW looks like it's bottoming. All I'll say about this one is the same thing that I said. Well, there's a couple things to say about this one. Hold on here.
Fed's Bowman doesn't comment on the rate outlook in the prepared text.
SBSW. Jesus Christ, these guys are brutal. You don't want to read their Wikipedia page. SPY now squeezing to the upside, trading 544.40. God, this company reads like all you fucking liberals out there. You guys know I'm liberal, right? You guys probably don't think I'm liberal. You guys are like, he's a fucking Republican. Definitely a Republican. These guys, if you guys are a Democrat out there, you should read the Wikipedia page on ticker symbol SBSW. This is the not my backyard liberal. This fucking company is fucking bad. It's like all the fucking evil in the world wrapped up in it. Like if Darth Vader owned a company, this is probably one of them. There's a lot to be said, though, here about this company. It loves trading from the depths of hell, doesn't it? Just when you think it's going away, it comes back to haunt your ass once again. Okay, so if that's the case, oh, dude, it's like you should read the Wikipedia on this company. Sabine-Stillwater. Oh, I'm just breaking your balls out there. All I'm doing is breaking your balls. Sabine-Stillwater, multinational mining and metals processing group with a diverse portfolio of mining and processing operations and projects and investments across 5 continents. These guys are doing great. These guys use fucking, they use fucking, a lot of contractors probably know this company. Less evil. Balls broken. Sabine-Stillwater, they probably are on the planet Doom. This is what I'll say about them, though. Quite distinct bottoms here. You could make an argument that this is a bottom right here and that this is a bottom right here, but you can see that we first had the lower low. There's probably calls out there to add here on this company. I usually draw the line on shit like this. I got to be honest with you guys. I tell you guys not to trade with emotion. But I don't know, man. Yeah, you can see that. So this tag just got tagged down below over here. It's trading $4.41. It's gone as low as $8. This is a long-term hold. Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's a few things to say about this. We just talked about Biden, and Biden presidency and Trump presidency. You're likely going to see this company do very well. I want to say under a Trump presidency and not a Biden presidency. I don't know if they've got mines in the U.S. or not, or up in Canada. This looks like it's. I'm looking right now to find out where they actually have. Jesus Christ, I can't read any more of that shit. Personally, I would have a price target of. I would set an alert on this ticker. I mean, fuck it. $1.79. Personally, $1.79. Just ethically, 2. I agree with you, Ian Trades. I see what you just wrote there. My concern with call this bottom is we didn't get a good liquidity grab at the lows. 100%, Ian. I'm with you on that, bro. 100%, I'm with you, brother. I want to see that same sweep, brother. I want to see that same sweep myself. SBSW. SBSW. I wouldn't fucking trade it. Only thing I can say about it, this company SBSW is fuck them. Let them bleed down to $2. Buyers are surely going to step in. It's surely going to come back one day down the road. Unless there's something going on in South Africa. South Africa, if you guys don't know, their infrastructure is crumbling right now. Do you guys all know that? South African, I'm not going to tell you why or whatever. I'm not going to get into the politics of South Africa here. But it's because it's like South African politics are a lot like Palestine and Israel. Can't win. There's no way to win an argument with what's going on over there. Really can't. You can't. You're a fucking loser one way or another. Whatever you want to argue for South Africa. It is degrading, though. Their infrastructure in South Africa is degrading. So below $2. You might even see this company go bankrupt or get, I don't know, intervention of some kind by contractors. These guys are, this is a really bad company. Sub $2, I'd be interested in it. What else? What else we got going on here? ASTS. Woo! Moonin', baby. ASTS. Shorted into the ground. Shorted into the ground. This thing's trading like a meme stock, too. ASTS. We'll look at it. It's kind of bullish. I'd have to look at the fundamentals in this company. I got a squinty eye on this. As a pure meme trade, I'd have to look closer at this company because as a pure meme trade, I see what you're getting at here. That it's time for it to squeeze. Let me look this company up. Oh. Space Mobile. Satellite designer, manufacturer based in Midland, Texas. Deployment Blue Walker 1. Yep, go on. Licenses. Ooh, I like licenses. Impact on astronomy. They create bright trails and ambient glow in the sky that can be destroyed. Astronomical images, obscure, faint. All right, let's go over here and check this company out. Do they make anything real? Let's see here. ASTS. ASTS. Space Mobile. Let's take a look at their actual numbers. Not bad. Q1 revs are doing better. Q2 2022. Q3. Oh, yeah, they got taken to the woodshed. Their revs went down. EPS is improving. God, your earnings estimates are in the shit dumper. This is a tough one to chart. Yeah, somewhere up here there's a trap up here. I'd like to see if you can get above this 445. This orange line is like a running line here where sellers are. ASTS. This is a hard one to... I can't give you a fundamental reason why. It sure as shit has no business trading $25. I can prove to you that. They got repriced on revs. Their revs are improving. You have definite sellers here at $14 and $16. There could be an argument made. There's a gap above at 17. And there's another like funky thing going on at $20. Up here in like this gap right. These motherfuckers got trapped right here. This is where they got trapped. So there's probably some asshole somewhere out there. This one right here. That's a red one right there. There's probably some asshole out there that's telling you it's gonna go to, I don't fucking know. It's gonna go to $26. They're lying to you. They're just trying to get out. Trying to get out at $16. It's going to take some work to get up there and work on that. I guess ultimately a price target of 16, possibly 17.55. Eight, 5, 6, a real move up there. I think it takes longer than it looks like it's going to take. But I could be wrong on this one. This is a meme stock, guaranteed.
SEC's Gensler says the process to...
If they're like, oh, Kappa came back in a month and it's trading $26, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked on a squeeze. But fundamentally, it has no business being up there. A high tick of $18. Maybe 20 being generous. Next one, UPS. UPS. I've got them going down.
With the latest and
all signs lead to down on UPS.
Then sign up today and get.
Seems like that's happening.
Financial Juice Pro for a year.
I bet they sell into their ER.
Price of 1 month.
And they trade $100, $110. Trading 134 right now. No change in my EPS. All roads lead to down. Looking for a low tick of 113.92. But I would not be shocked to see $100 on UPS. I'm bearish on UPS in Q3. I think any buying of UPS gets sold down. So even if you have like an up week on UPS, trade 145, 156, doesn't matter. We're going lower. A good back check on this will be that prior low over here of 129. It would need to break above 156 to get bulled up again on it. Yeah, I think low is in that crowd too. I was looking at low. I looked at low past couple months. Here's lows. I got them going down too. And they're blooding right now. I got them going to $200. Probably lower. 192. There's another thing to discuss on this too. Okay, so there's two discussions on this. So this is low. There's two discussions on this. To be had on lows. So just keep your eye on this orange band up here. It'll change as time passes. This is where the sellers are up here. They're way, way, way up there. See them right there? They're right there too, so we're going to watch that closely. Move that out of the way. So there is a rotation trade into buying construction materials at Lowe's and Home Depot. Retail sales tells a lot of this story. Durable goods tells a lot of this story. If you like Lowe's, or if you're a longtime Lowe's holder of stock, you want to see where the spending habits of Americans are at in general. Are they buying services? Are they buying goods? What goods, what services are they buying? Squeezing right now, trading 544.66. Nice upside move here. Wrap it up as we get close. There'll be another trade above. To trade that next one at 547. Look, so we came out of a cycle of buying at Lowe's. The figures right now look like we're about to come into a bottom of people are going back to Lowe's again, but we're not quite there just now. So you figure the way that the market works, how slow it works, there could be one more quarter of down for Lowe's. Not guaranteed. This could be bottom right here in their monthly. Clean up. Let me bring this closer into focus here for Lowe's. So there's possibility here that so the numbers are changing for Lowe's on a positive. They could be closing this gap down here, and we just move higher again. We're off and running to the upside. But I always like that capitulation phase for these cycles, for Target, for Walmart, for Lowe's, for any of these companies, especially these blue chip ones. So Personally, I'd like to see it cheaper. It's just plain and simple greed. Get down there, trade below $200, panic people.
NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $2.50.
Maybe trade 190, 170, something like that on lows.
NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.51 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $80.83.
Known sellers up here, just a heads up.
Gas July futures settle at $2.
Break above these sellers and we'll start making some moves to the upside. This is where we start squeezing above this orange line. Low's a tough one. On a grander scale, I'm like, yeah, bring it down a little bit more. How about this? If you want to get bulled up on lows, you want to be above 225. You want to like counter the captain call for lower lows. You're like, you know what, Captain, you suck. You don't know what you're talking about. Right there it is. It's that simple. You make that trade at any point. At any point you make that trade, you get above here, maybe get one more high. Just like hold the daily trigger. Looks like it's actively being shorted. It looks like they don't. Looks like that they don't give a fuck trade, right? When you're like, yeah, throw the fundamentals out. Market makers want it cheaper. All right. We talked about AI this morning. We talked about the presidential bullshit today. Pissed everybody off. Extended outlook. Okay, so today, I'm going to chart out an extended outlook from now until 4 p.m., and that should give you, I'm going to post this on a post on the website for members, supporter and higher. I'm going to give you an outlook for NVDA, SPY, IWM, and also DIA, the old man shit. Am I lagging for any of you out there? I'm going to give you the time here right now. Time I have here is 2:34 p.m. The moment that we flip to 2:35, I'll call it out to you as well. By the way, if you're a seller, this is your place. This is your place to short, by the way, if you're a seller. $235 within about 1 second. 4 seconds. 2:35 in the afternoon. Let me check the vol. I'm going to check the fall surface really quick. Yeah, I've got volatility rising into the 28th. It's not crazy. I got volatility going up into the 28th. CTA positioning. CTA positioning is good. Vol control is fucking mooning right now. We haven't seen lower prices. You can see the vol control is definitely in effect. Asset manager long short ratio. Jesus Christ. They are long as fuck. I mean, everybody's in the fucking pool. I'm going to tell you what, man. They're looking for like a fucking squeeze. Like a 3-week relentless up move. Or a fucking bloodbath. One of, I'll tell you what. Like the SPX asset manager's long short ratio. Fuck. Jesus. And check one more thing here. $124th. Seasonally, the 124th, 23rd, 24th trading day should be the low. That's the 28th of June. Historically, seasonally, the 28th of June should be the low. Cook saying, I see 12-month inflation moving sideways for the rest of the year, slowing more sharply next year. Cook, rising credit card and auto loan delinquencies are not yet concerning, but need watching. Cook, ample evidence that monetary policy is restrictive. The just completed $69 billion two-year note sale met solid demand. The auction priced right on the screws, drawing a high yield of 4.706, while the bid-to-cover ratio 2.75 times 2.66 average and indirect takedown 65 versus 63% were comfortably above average. Rubner saying S&P 500 index is an index that trades long gamma given systematic overriding flow, QIS programs, weekly carry strategies, while tech, semis, and NVDA, for example, trade short gamma. We'll explain this in detail below. The S&P 500 is a mean reverting product back to unchanged given any day. But the tech and semi factor gets exasperated and continues in the same direction that is moving that day and isolated to that day. According to U.S. State Department, Israeli Defense Minister Gallant confirmed to Blinken on Monday that Israel wants a diplomatic resolution regarding tensions with Hezbollah. Rubner goes on to say leveraged single name ETF NVDL OHM is $4 billion, 2 times NVDA. Leverage daily rebalance. This has traded $10 billion worth of shares in the past 5 days, higher than multiple blue chip companies. This ETF saw a record inflow last week. NVDL. Kind of it for bears here. They don't really get too many chances here. I want that bloodbath down here, but I'm not getting it. I'll be honest. I want that fucking last minute bloodbath. Like 5. We already got the 540. We got this one here. But we haven't gotten this one yet. It ain't looking bared up right now, folks. Watch NVIDIA for a watch NVDA for one more down move. Be wary of 132. That's June. This could turn into a fucking bloodbath again. Was that Tuesday close, 6:30? I did YM last night. We didn't get the full rip this morning in the overnight on YM. We did get the down move today. I'll have it in the briefs every night. I mean, it's going to fucking move up here. NVDA wants to explode into this bell to the upside. I'm getting bulled up here. And am I the only one getting bulled up here? I'm getting bulled up here. I think they're going to fucking leave these bears behind. I don't think this is a bull trap. I think this is a fucking bear trap. I think they're going to squeeze the fuck out of it. I think you wake up tomorrow with NVDA blasting, like fucking up. 7%, 6%. Yeah, between now and tomorrow open NVDA. What would I say here to you as a bull? We're above the hourly trigger. I'd say that to you as a bull. We are above the hourly trigger. If we get a successful back test here, there are sellers here in this orange line. This is where all the sellers are right here. They either know something we don't know and they're going to trap you in for one capitulation move down. That would be the best. The best case scenario for a bull is to sit on your hands here and look for whatever doom is unknown. Yeah, these are the real gym bros. These are not the these are the old men right here. I would say this to you as a bull. I think Ian Trades brought it up earlier. Your best bet is to unknown unknowns. You blast down, trade 540. You can buy in confidence. Feels great. You're like, fucking, this is easy. They're already trying to blood it right now. That's what I would say to you as a baseline, okay? You're going to write this out for you? I can. Think about it from this perspective. There's no capitulation yet, but from buyers. So like 540, 537, 538. Brief moment straight down to the depths of hell. You buy it. You feel good. The only other thing I would say to you is this is looking pretty bullish and that this could be over. You're above the hourly trigger. You get a successful back test of the hourly trigger right here. You see it happening right now. You catch a new high. And so you got your high right here. You got your back test of your hourly trigger. If you get the new high right here, you're not going to get your capitulation trade. We're going to the moon. That would be it. That's all I can tell you here. This fucking NVIDIA looks like it wants to fuck tomorrow, so it wants to fuck. It wants to fuck party to the upside, so what do they call that? Like, I forget, there's a really crass term for it, but I wouldn't be short here. I'll say that. I'll say the third thing. I wouldn't be short here. You're either buying a dip at 540 or you're chasing up. It's one or the other. I wouldn't be caught short here, though. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Yeah, it's down to SPY's down to fuck. It's ready to go. It's ready to fucking light this shit up. So the only other thing I think of right now would be the debate. That's it. PCE on Friday, the debate. Debate on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. PCE on Friday at the Open, 8:30 in the morning. Other than that, this thing's ready to get jump-started, like kick-start it. I don't want to put the two of those words together. I'm fascinated to find out what you guys think of the debate. I'm fascinated to see what you guys think of it. The only thing that I'm not looking forward to is the after effect. Like I'll be muting all over Twitter. Mute everybody. Mute everybody for the fall. I'm assuming that's, I haven't had to do it yet, but I'm assuming I'm going to have to do it at some point. Yeah, best comedy show out there, 100%. Yeah, it's got to be cringe, right? You would pay to watch? Fucking crazy town. It's going to be fucking crazy. Without a doubt, it's going to be fucking crazy. I swear we're living in fucking idiocracy. I can't believe we're living in idiocracy. I can't fucking believe we're living in idiocracy. I never thought that would actually come true. I watched that movie right when it came out. I hated it. I was like, there's no fucking way we're ever going to be there. Sure enough. I never thought we'd actually get here. I never thought it would be the case, but it is. Somebody yesterday brought up the they did like shitty movie details, and you could see that like all the clothes are made out of plastic. It like addresses like fast fashion. It's so fucking, the movie is so fucking ahead of its time. It's not even funny. I didn't like it when it first came out. I was like, yeah, it's okay. I was like, there's no fucking way that's going to happen. Oh, I was wrong. Oh, and they got a new Koth coming out. Did you guys hear they got a new Koth coming out? New King of the Hill. Bobby Hill is older, I guess. That shit's going to be a disaster. It's about to tee off right now. NVDA is about to fucking explode into the bell, by the way, if you don't already know that. Can't keep these fucking bulls down. Yeah, it's Beavis and Butthead people, same people. Yeah, rest in peace, Del Gribble. I read something about him the other day, too. They were, like, piecing all of his shit. Like, they were looking for inconsistencies in Dale Gribble. And then they were, like, working him out in a discussion. I love that fucking show growing up, by the way. Favorite book I read this weekend, I read with my youngest daughter on Sunday night. I had to stay awake all fucking night long. So she was awake, padding around the house. I read some Edgar Allan Poe with her, but I haven't read Edgar Allan Poe in a long time. Boy, is it outdated. But it makes for great practice reading for a child. It's a great book, or great writings for people or it's great exercise for your verbiage, for words, big words. Oh, I got to do Bitcoin 2 tonight for you guys. I'll put Bitcoin on that list. Extended forecast for the quarter. Hold on a second. So do you remember you heard me talking about Edgar Allan Poe? I'm closer. The hey, you want to speak of the microphone? Get close. Did you read Edgar Allan Poe with Daddy on Sunday?
Yes.
What did you think of it?
It definitely probably helped me with my reading. It's a lot. I don't know.
You like that grim dark preteen stuff, though, don't you?
Yeah.
You're expecting something more in line with modern standards.
Yeah. It really piqued my interest due to the concept he wrote in it for it. Since I really like death books for some reason.
Was it were the words hard?
Some words were a lot harder than others, but most of the words were really easy.
Well, most of the words were really. How about pronunciation?
Well, the harder words were a lot worse pronunciation, but again, the easier words were better pronunciation.
Yeah, what are we doing for this summer? We're doing books and math, right?
Yes.
And essay and journal writing.
Yes.
I think. All right, I gotta get. I'm gonna get in trouble. They're all super serial out there. Gotta watch out, super serial people. Well, she's going through the phase. Just a heads up, she's a preteen. So, yeah, she likes Lovecraft, and it's part of this is my fault. I play horror movies for her, and she's turning into that what do the kids do where they like the I forget what they're called. They like dress like dark makeup and I forget what they're called. Tell her some financial advice. Goth. That's the stuff. She's like doing like the goth thing right now. Exploring the goth side of being a teenager. Doom and gloom. Exactly. The older one is like a new style hippie. Whatever new hippies are. New age hippie. And I watch all these horror movies with her. Like we like watch like zombie stuff. And the older one's not into that stuff as much as her and I are. I kind of don't force her, but I kind of do. I'm like, oh, dude, you're gonna like this one. It's called Abigail. It's about a ballerina. You're gonna love it. And then like starts out as one thing, and then it turns into something else. She's like, Daddy. She's 12 going on 18 right now. 12 going on 18 years old. And so yeah. Come on, baby. Climb the wall of worry to the close. Trap all these bears in early. That's what my dad did, or not my dad. My mom did it for me. She did the my dad's job. He was never home, and he worked his ass off. That guy fucking worked. Oh my God, he worked. He worked and 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 worked. So my mom would be home on Friday nights, and she would watch horror movies with me. All the other kids were too young, so they'd be put into bed, and then my mom would take me into bed with her, and I'd cuddle up next to her. And she'd play horror movies, and we'd get scared and frightened, and it was our little thing that we did together. Abigail was fun, wasn't it? Good times, right? I watched that movie. Yeah, hell yeah. Children of the Corn? Hell yeah, I watched that movie. So so our kids are having a hard time today with school, and teachers are having a hard time with fundamental remediation. Teachers are teaching remediation, fundamental mechanics, like word mechanics, sentence structure, you name it. These kids today, not just COVID, like COVID's like was a problem, but then the fucking, I swear to God, like the fucking the tablets and the phones and the fucking 2 minutes, like 2 minutes watching a TikTok video. That shit is rotting our kids' brains. You guys know that? It's really true. These kids have no like attention span. It's like being amplified right now. So I got to spend that time with my children, reading those books, writing long form essays with my chick kids. Dude, I know. Yeah, it's like amplified now, right? It's like feeding that. It's like a drug feeding a habit, isn't it? I mean, you can't tell me it isn't. It's brutal because I enjoy it. If you have nothing better to do, you can get on like a shorts or TikTok videos, and you're just like downvote. Yeah, and it's, if you think about it, it's like a lot of it's just garbage. It's like pure garbage. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, I don't follow it. I don't do it often, but sometimes I do. Every once in a while. My oldest daughter likes to catch up with my wife once a week. So, like once a week on a Thursday or Friday as the week ends, my oldest will sit with my wife and say, "Here, I want you to see my favorites of the week." And my wife will sit there for half an hour with her, and we're like, "What the fuck are these kids doing? Like, what are they wrapped up in?" It's like pure garbage. It's not pure garbage, but I shouldn't say it's pure garbage. It's training children not to deep dive on anything. Anything. It's like all surface, all surface, all surface, all surface. It's like all surface. Like that's all you're doing all day long. All surface, topical. How the fuck are they gonna do some research? Can you imagine being I bet you get paid bank as a researcher in the future. Yeah. Attention span. Yeah, exactly. Right? See, it all rolls back into that, doesn't it? What do you think we're going to look back on this time? Yeah, attention. Or just like research sucks, but just being able to do research, right? Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason I got the pool. That was like the nail in the coffin for me with the pool. I wasn't going to do the fucking pool, and I don't want a pool. I don't want anything to do with the fucking pool. But anything to keep him out of the fucking house, like I got on the ping pong table. I got a bunch of shit. Like, just do something other than fucking the internet. Just get the fuck off the internet. So I got him playing ping pong. Got him doing pool swimming. Like, just get out of the fucking tablet. Getting bulled up here, by the way. I think we're at bottom. Just a heads up out there. I think we are. We need something. There has to be something unknown. 3:06 p.m. Just be aware if you're a bear out there that You got to give me a reason why we're going down. I don't see one right now. I'm with Ian. I love our Ian Trades, whatever that handle is. I'm with him on this. I want to see 540. But this, you know what this looks like is like they're sweeping up all these fucking sellers right now. They're going to grind them all out. Yeah, like near term bottom for end of month. There's going to be something. Everything here is saying up. Dixie looks like it wants to roll. SDAO looks like it wants to go down. IWM bottoming. Dixie, VIX 9-day. VIX 9-day looks like it wants to get murdered. HYG just grinding higher. If I have to take it as a whole, this is the bottom. We hit bottom. Temporary bottom till end of month. I need a reason here why we're going to roll down. It would have to be something that we don't know, unknown to the market, or something that you just fuck it trade. I'm trying, Ian. I'm with you on this, Ian. I would prefer that 540, brother. I don't need the 537. I'll take the 540 and then rocket ship V-shape recovery, 15 minutes of doom. If you do get that 15 minutes of doom and you're in a spread for Friday, hang on tight because it's going to come right back. Even if we get it, it's going to bounce right back, in my view, at least. So either don't get left behind, take the long, and if we blast down, if we blast at a 540, someone's making fun of you in the chat, just be like, get fucked. It's going to bounce anyways. Put an extra week on it, make it July 5th with a call spread. You get an extra week on it. You don't have to worry about the repricing of the option. Yeah, it could. Yeah, Micron could do it. But I don't know what else could do it. There isn't much else that could. If I'm counting up what the bull case is and bear case is, I don't know what the bear case is here. Maybe you guys got something that I don't have or I don't have access to. 30-minute. 30-minute velocity is neutral, improving. Daily velocity is going down. You got that going in your favor. Maybe you could say if we don't close above, you could possibly say if we don't close above 544.73 that they sell futures. That's possible. We're in positive gamma. I'm trying to get some reason here for us to go down. The only thing I could think of would be that we have a pullback in the overnight. They sell futures. That's it. That's all I can think of. Yeah, that's what I see the next bear case. Next bear case I see is Thursday night. There could be one more way out there bear case. They close us. All right, I'm fucking really like bending it out here, okay? This is a tough one. This is a reach. Close us below 544.84. They sell futures. And we go into the whole entire fucking presidential debate trade. Like 2 fucking days of bullshit. You know, it just hits the fucking wire. The algos run with it. And they sell us down into right before the debate. That's all I got for you. That's the most probable thing. Yeah. I mean, really, truly, at this point, you'd need like sell futures And you would need the algorithms to pick up on volatility for the election debate. That's it. That's all I can see. It's the only way we would trade sideways and down into just before the election, and then I guess we go up on Friday. That's all I see. Yeah. Moas. I'll look right now. Give me a second. I'll check right now. God, I don't want to go. We gotta have a talk too here before we go for the day. What's your plans for 4th of July? And that's another thing that's coming up really fast, faster than you think. We got this week, and then next week is 4th of July. So calls and puts both on the rise. Calls and puts on the rise right now. Lots of call buying, lots of put buying. Let me check market tied out, holding tight here. This looks like what you're saying, Oda Nabunga. Long, cheap hedge. Put buying, daily put premiums bleeding off. Call premium and market suppression, volatility suppression in effect right now. You got to see Dom Doll this weekend? Right on. Dom Doll is the shit. It is the shit. Puts on a good show. Yeah, I'm going to go with up here. I'm going with up in the overnight. Going to look for 547. Price target 547, then PT2, 549, 550, and then even higher. And start fucking ramping. We're going to start ramping. Watch out. I'm going to tell you guys right now, be careful. Yep. We got the chance. They got the chance to get the low. They didn't fucking get it. They didn't get it today. They didn't get it 1 o'clock. I'm going to run this fucker up. So 4th of July is next week. Do you guys understand that? Next week. So we got vacation coming up here. The stream will be up every day. You will not have me here every day for 4th of July. You're going to get briefs from me next week You're going to get so this week, you're going to get the extended outlook today via email. You're going to get the extended outlook. This weekend on Sunday, you're going to get a weekly brief I got to write this down, make sure I don't fucking forget any of this. Extended outlook today. On Sunday, you're going to get a weekly brief. On Monday, you'll get an updated data drop. And that'll be Gamma. For the rest of next week, you may see me on stream or not see me on stream at indeterminate times throughout the week. You might see me show up for 5 minutes or half the day or whatever. But it is 4th of July week, and it kind of falls on a funky day. Falls on a Thursday. So invariably, we're open on the 5th, I think. I think the stock market's open on the 5th. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think the stock market's open. But you should see things wrap up as we get into Tuesday, or Wednesday, excuse me, the 3rd. So we got 3 more sessions left this week. We got 3 more sessions next week. Not a lot of time to go up or down. So just be aware of it as we come in next week that I'm going to take a vacation next week for 4th of July. You're going to get the stream up every day. You might not see me here, but if you need to interact with people, you can interact with people. I will monitor the Discord. And you're going to get a market brief only when it's required the rest of next week. So if I give you, let's say, a brief on Sunday and it's true on Monday, and it's expected to continue to stay true, you're not going to get another market brief. If anything turns untrue, I will give you another market brief, a short and condensed one. But you're not going to get like a big, long diatribe on this or that subject. Just expectations. Make sense to you guys out there? I urge you, I want to say this to you, I urge you to take the break next week from trading, or a set it and forget it trade. You've got Memorial Day, you've got 4th of July, and you got Labor Day. You got the dregs of summer between 4th of July and Labor Day. So take the break. If you're making decent money, you should be able to take a break, even if you put a trade on and come back to it in a week. Spend the time with your family, yourself, regenerate for the next quarter. I know I'm just going to trade quadruple leverage foreign crypto pump and dumps all week. Just try for next week, take a break, recharge, take the breaks. I know some of you out there are like, this is my first year, bro. I'm trading every goddamn session to the end of the year. Just try. I say this too, and you know what I do is I myself, I'm got the fucking computer open. I'm like, oh shit, this is happening. Oh shit, that's happening. So just looking ahead into next week. Yeah, throw out a nice little cool call spread for July 5th, July 10th. Something in the money. Nice, easy payday. Close your laptops. Come back on the 5th. Go hang out with Billy Joel. Do a bunch of yayo. There'll be no breaks until bank accounts improve. Just put it on cruise control. We got 3 more sessions. Put some cruise control on for the next week. Set it and forget it. Fucking bears out there. Okay, we're gonna crash the market over 4th of July holiday. Fuck America. Real true patriotism is going to zero by Monday. Look at the French elections right now. French elections dangerous. Immediate threat. Also look at the U.S. dollar pair trade with the yen. Those are actual risk events for the U.S. Two big ones you can pay attention to. I tell you guys this. You guys don't listen to me, do you? Set a nice little call spread. Come back in 2 weeks. You guys are like, fuck that. I want to do 0 dates all week long with you, Cap. Not financial advice, by the way. Nice, easy call spread. Set it and forget it. If you're too afraid, maybe we get 540 one day this week. Maybe you can jump in there. Maybe you'll be more afraid even then. Tell me in the chat, where are you guys going 4th of July? Anything good? Or you guys got any good plans? Any good 4th of July plans? Anybody got anything good they're going to? Show, getting naked, gonna rebuild your house, gonna go into the woods, gonna go to the desert, working. Are you working 4th of July? Back porch, I like it. Catalina, baby. Like that trip. Chilling and grilling, like that too. Deeper in the woods. Always naked. Punch a pillow, baby. Oh, yeah, Chicago would be a good time. That's a good trip. Camping on the beach. Woo! Chi-Town pizza. Quant models while the kids play matches. Love it. Don't do what I did. You know what I did this past weekend? I'm like, I got to stay. So, like, on Sunday night, right? I got to tell you a story. Sunday fucking night, I'm like, I got to stay awake for this pool. And I'm reading with the kids late night. Kids go to bed. And I'm like, I'm going to eat a fucking gummy. And I didn't realize that gummy was I thought it was one of the, like, the gummies that are really small, or like doesn't have a lot of stuff in it. I ate the wrong gummy. Woke up fucking Monday morning. I'm like, nope, going back to sleep. Yeah, I was like a 50. Yeah, I did. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm not coming on stream like that. On stream fucking 300 days out of the fucking year. We can turn the stream on for you. It was too much. It was too late. And I had no sleep. I hadn't slept at all. Like this is the fucked up thing about those pools too. The last 4 or 5 inches are like the longest 4 or 5 inches. It feels like it was like, dude, 48 hours to fill the pool. Another 24 hours to fill the last 4 inches. Fucking last 4 inches. Maybe it was 6 inches, but no fucking way. I can only do 5s or 10s. Like 5s or 10s are my limit. I try to chew them in half, but then I get the wrong. So when I'm getting them right, they're like, I don't know which. Like, or I'm like, give me that, give me this, give me that. Okay, give me a bunch of those. And I'll end up getting like one that's like the wrong milligrams.
Years worth of our service for the price of 1 month. 92%.
I don't think I've ever taken 100. 10s are nice. They're awesome. Like 5s and 10s are like 20 minutes, hour, 2 hours, in and out. It's good. Go right to sleep. No hangover, no nothing. Start doing like 25s or 50s. And what I do is I'll buy the 25s and 50s, like I'm just going to bite them in half, eat half of them. And then I get the wrong thing. Yeah, maybe I should try that. The chocolate bars. I used to make it. I used to make them, right? And I don't know if I should tell, but not used to. Like I tried making like brownies once or twice, and I sucked at it. You're like, eat one and nothing. Eat another one, you're fucking lying over on the ground. 25s are a ton. 25s are ridiculous. Like 5 to 10 is all you need. 5 to 10. You know, just a sleeping aid. That's it. Stink the house up. Only when the kids are gone. Only when the kids were gone did I try that. That shit smells. Kids on vacation. I tried growing marijuana. It became legal in Michigan. So I grew marijuana. My marijuana story is kind of funny. So I didn't do marijuana at all my whole adult life. None of it. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to grow some. So I got this house across town with a big ass backyard, right? Bunch of trees in it and shit. I grew a marijuana patch, and it came out great. But at that time, I didn't do marijuana at all, like not at all. So I ended up giving it away to friends and family members and like not really family members. I don't have too many family members here, but mostly close friends in Michigan. I gave it all away, all of it, every last bit. I kept a little bit to make some brownies with, but I did try those brownies because I don't smoke weed. Even today, I don't do any of that stuff. But I did. We're about to get squeezed out right here. They're going to take out all these bears right now. They're going to take them out. So I had all this marijuana. I did Gorilla Glue number 4. I think it's called. They were like baseballs. They were massive. They're size of my fist. I finished them in a greenhouse, and actually posted pictures of that on Twitter a long time ago. I ended up giving them away or whatever, and then I tried the marijuana brownies, and it was all over the place. So I wanted to be more consistent in dosage. Oh, they're angry. They're angry right now. They're really angry right now. This is anger right here. Upside price target 547.05. Oh yeah, NVIDIA should be mooning right now. It should moon from like a half an hour ago into tomorrow open. Like combined total should be up like 7%, 6%. Something fucking stupid. Be careful on 132. It's a dangerous place to be long. It'll be up another tomorrow. I drew it up for you guys earlier, didn't I? Uh, 127.65 pullback, 132. It's gonna crush. It's gonna rip the fucking doors off. IWM getting bulled up in here. Parked in its support. Sellers still trying to come in to sell right now. Enraged bears. Sellers enraged here. Seller rage. What else I got for you? Yes, that marijuana thing. Grew marijuana, did it once, never do it again. I was good at it. I have green thumb. I can grow marijuana. It's good to know. I can see why it's highly regulated. It's very easy to grow marijuana. Just based on that was enough. I can see why it's got a federal ban. Easy peasy to grow. What else? I think that's it. I think I've talked about everything we need to talk about today. I think we've got everything there. I'll give you a calendar to say what's going to happen next week in terms of my availability. I was thinking maybe we should try out maybe we could try out a host next week, like a guest host for the week. I've been wanting to try that now for major holidays. It's hard to do. I would probably need to give up. I would need to give up streaming on YouTube and become a partner with Twitch. It's not that, it's the keys to the castle. To have like a production team would mean I could give the keys up to someone somewhere else. It's that technical issue. YouTube, you can do it on. I can do it on YouTube. I can't do it on Twitch. I need support. It's really wonky. Like YouTube, you can do it. I can have someone live stream on my account, but not on Twitch. Twitch, you can if you're a producer or if you're a certain partner, you can. All in on everything, baby. All gas, no brakes. Buy that dip. Buy this dip over here. Buy that dip over there. Never saw a dip I didn't like. Yeah, I didn't know how some of the country is still pretty high legal. Michigan's like one of those places where it's got the golden goose. Like they have very low taxes on it. There's not much enforcement. And they're pretty fucking reasonable in what you can grow. I think it's 9 or 12 plants. If you can grow one season of that shit and have enough marijuana for the entire fucking year. They got marijuana plants out there. When I was looking to grow, I was like, well, should I grow quality or should I make an attempt to grow a giant fucking plant? I chose the quality over the quantity, but they have plants out there that, I mean, these fucking things they grow like 40 pounds of weed. I wanted to do it just as I didn't want to, of course, I didn't want to break the law and go to fucking prison. But I wanted to do it one time and see what it was about. It was good to do. It was fun. Actually, it was therapeutic. It's like growing tomatoes. Very similar to growing tomatoes or peppers. It takes probably there's some work, but then the cool part is you get to check on them every day. Like check their undersides, check to see if they're male or female. You trim them a lot. The media matters. You get into this whole thing, this It's like growing lilacs or roses or tomatoes. And it was therapeutic. I had a fun time doing it. Ian's going in. Ian's chasing the hole in the close. I understand, Ian. I understand you're going in. I get it, brother. I see what you're trying to do there, man. I see it. I see it clear as day. I ain't buying it, though. The GME, we can take a look at that if you want. Oh, yeah, it's waking up right now. At a low of 22.60. I mean, that's fucking close enough to $20, isn't it? It's close to fucking enough. I mean, how many dollars do you need with GME for the next fucking gargantuan rip to the upside? $22.50. I wouldn't be a complainer there. Look at fucking NVDA just going, fuck you, we're out of here. NVDA gang fucking destroying worlds. I thought we got the RTH and the. Oh, you mean on NVDA or on SPOOs? SPOOs, we got one here at we got the low here at Monday's close right at 1600. Check back today in cash market at 1 p.m. on SPOOs. Ain't no time left though, Ian. You're gonna leave that shit behind. We'll come back for it after the end, after the first, man. I'm trying to think of this, like, so you know what the implication is now, Ian, right? The implication here would be what? We go trade, let's just like think this through to the end. We roll this down into tomorrow, we trade 540. That would be it, right? We already back tested the last low from close yesterday on Monday. So you're talking about trading 540 tomorrow. Maybe on the open. We got how many days left to end a month? We'd be saying that we don't trade 550 or 556. Be a big ass to get up there, wouldn't it? I would say if we traded 540, we might trade sideways into the first. Right? It's like time's running out for that bull thesis, isn't it? It's kind of like last minute. Slow week coming up next week, so there's not a lot of time, is there? The time is the problem, right? Or at least in my view, the time is a problem. How many fucking days, how many sessions we got left until they go on vacation? 2, 3. That's it, right? 2 or 3, then they're on vacay. Hide it as long as they can that they're going up. Burn the options, then slam into it. They're faking a Saudi and they're going up, brother. I'm looking on the net gamma right now, Ian. Like, you get the first bar is at 54.50. I mean, look at that giant fucking bar. There's a giant fucking bar at 5,500, bro. There's two more giant bars at 55.50. And another giant bar at 5,600, dude. 56 fucking hundred, brosif. And just like magnets up there. Fucking magnets. KKR is betting on rising rents, according to the Wall Street Journal. KR has completed its largest ever purchase of apartment buildings, the latest in a string of big-ticket deals, signaling that some of the most prominent investment firms are betting on a broad rebound for multi-family housing. New York-based private equity firm paid $2.1 billion for more than 5,200 apartment rentals across the country from California to Texas to New Jersey. KKR said the deal for the multifamily properties, which are 18 new mid and high-rise buildings, closed Tuesday. Yep. I don't want to buy back in yet. I want to buy back in later. I want to buy back in as you're getting fucking divorced. I want to buy what you can't buy. Oh, yeah. We have a major, I used to have this white paper. I used to show it. I don't show it anymore. I don't know where it is, but there's a white paper from like the 2007, 2008 financial crisis. We had a housing shortage of about 15%, 20%. After that 2008. So you figure they're building these things over like 10, 20 years. The housing market was short rentals by like almost maxed out at like 30%. And so there's some expectation at the end of this cycle that will ramp up again and be short again by like 40%, 35%. You're all going to become renters, guaranteed. Not all of you, but most of you are. In my view, you will be. You're almost all going to become renters. A large swath. I've been in a housing crisis since 2008. That's when it got really ugly and bad. Some places are better, improving. Austin looks great right now. Call buying's been ramping all day long. Call gamma is coming into effect right now. On market tide, like the call gamma is just ramping as we close the entire day. There's a ton of call in put buying all day long. Looks like hedging and getting long. It's real. Whenever this new cycle ends, I feel really bad for people. My dad got caught in 1987. He got caught in that crash. Never recovered. To this day, never. Like, he's recovered, but he hasn't. Where he was at and where he was headed, he never recovered. He never like fully, truly recovered from the crash in 87. Line in the sand right here. Look at this. Line in the sand. Call this the Jason Hendricks line. You shall not motherfucking pass. If you do, we're going to go up. No, like he's recovered, but not in a way that's, he's not like a multi-fucking millionaire. He was then. He was that in 1987. He was then. On paper, at least. On fucking paper, he was. That's what a lot of these people are. They're millionaires on paper only. I check what? Avgo? That shit's coming down. Be really careful of Avgo. I don't like Avgo here. I like it as a short. Soon. Not yet, but soon it's going to be a big short. Everything's getting so fucking close, man. You're almost ready for a dip buy. 15-12 maybe. Like over the next week or two, it's not going to go down, but man, dude, when that thing pops, woof. When that thing fucking pops on Avgo, when Avgo pops, it's going to be beautiful. It's probably not done going up, but it's close. Like next 6 months, next 3 months, 6 months, oh fucker's going to go down to the depths of hell. It's going to trade 530.
Imbalances, S&P 500, 1.1 billion to the sell side.
550. It'll trade 550.
650 million to the sell side. The Dow 30, 300.
It's going to trade 550 next year.
To the sell side. And the Magnificent 7, 400 million to the sell side.
Yeah, I'm bold. I'm bold up here. I'm on bull trade here. I would need a reason for us to go down. I don't see any reason. I'm pretty bulled up here. You can try to hold it down as long as you want. You're about to get your face ripped off as a bear, in my view. We're above the hourly trigger. We're back testing the hourly trigger. I'm pretty bulled up here. You don't have to be. I am, though. I need a reason. Yeah, I'm bulled up here. I'm not bared up in any way, shape, or form. There could be an argument made for like back testing again the open tomorrow, maybe sell the overnight, just due to gamma in the market. But other than that, I doubt it. I think you're gonna wake up tomorrow up on a high and do it in the overnight. $3:52, 8 minutes left into the bell. Waiting to see if this can break out and up and over. Sweep the legs. We're above the hourly trigger. Put us below the hourly trigger and I'll get bared up again. We are above the hourly trigger. You guys are talking about Amazon? Oh. Oopsie. Nice move up. Yeah, looks fine to me too. Amazon looks fine as well. I don't see anything negative on Amazon. Half-hour trigger is going to cross the hourly trigger in a moment. See the half-an-hour trigger as soon as we close this bell right here. See this motherfucker right here is going to boom up. We need that song "Move, Bitch, Get Out the Way." Yeah, Odenberg, I didn't see your comments. I was thinking the same thing, bro. No sleep till. Those options, let it fly, baby. If you see the long-short ratio right now, it's insane. Like the whole fucking market is long. Long. Whole fucking market is long. They are long as fuck. It would be the good time to do it though. If they're gonna like crash it, it'd be a good time right now. But I don't think they're gonna fuck themselves. I think they're all long. Those people are all long. They're all fucking long. They're all goddamn long. Everybody's long. Everybody's long. Everybody's in the pool. And I mean everybody. No. If you're long, it can be bad. Not if everybody's long. Corporals are long. HFs are long. I mean, every motherfucker's long. Every single asshole. Like all of them. Everybody. The market moves where you want it when that happens. If they're divesting and you're long, yeah, it's bad. If you're in the pool, but they're not, that's bad news. I'm telling you, they're all fucking long. They're so long, it's not even funny. There we go. There goes the break to the upside. 2 minutes left. We just broke the Jason Hendricks line. Wrapping these motherfuckers in. Good fucking day to you tomorrow. If you're short, watch the fuck out tomorrow. Watch the fuck out, please. Trying for 540. Don't even give it to us. 542 is the bottom. That's what it looks like right now. I'm going to run this fucker up. So be careful out there. Hopefully we get some volatility somewhere. You guys seem to know where it all is, right? I told you where the volatility was in the... It's in France and it's in Japan. And then we've got the 2 events later this week. And we're climbing like a motherfucker. Hopefully you bought some call spreads because it's looking pretty goddamn sexy right now. Trading 545.09 into the bell right now. If you just bought that 1 strike ahead fucking call spread, you'd be looking pretty good right now. Look at these motherfuckers. They're so angry. Rage right now. Rage. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Pure fucking rage. This is when they're going to get fucked up tonight, I guarantee it. Watch. It's going to be like this the whole way up. It's like anger. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Pretty bullish here. So we're above. We back tested the hourly trigger. I don't know what else to say to you. We're above right now on SPX. I don't know what else to say to you. If you get us underneath the hourly trigger right here, if you get price under 544.10, we can talk about 540.